The following is a product of Studio 42.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is football time in Texas.
From Studio 42 on HoweEnterprise.com, this is Howe Bulldogs football.
For the first time in 2023, it's Bo Stevens as the wild dog.
Howe Bulldogs football is brought to you by Scoggins Funeral Home, Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, Independent Financial, GCEZ, Sonic of Howe.
Here goes Cooper Jones, 35-30, looking for a block 15, cuts it inside. It's touchdown time in Texas.
Also brought to you by Corey Hernandez State Farm, Brother Plumber, Attorney Micah Belden, Hit, Roof and Exteriors, Michelle Carney Photography.
Riddle me this. Knox leaps and bounds into the end zone.
Also brought to you by Howe Athletic Booster Club, TechWave, Knight Furniture, Ed Meacham State Farm, the Llama Realty Group.
It's picked off at the 45. Coming near side, B.U. Omer in the house.
Also brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, Texoma Land and Home Realty Team, Rapid Electric.
And we want to line it up, and hopefully we do that a whole bunch more times.
Now let's open the Rapid Electric tailgate party and join the voice of the Howe Bulldogs, Monty Walker.
The Bulldogs will travel back to the birth canal of the program, where Howe's first ever game was played in Tioga back on September the 20th, 1935. The Dogs own a 12-1 overall record against Tioga, and last year's 42-12 win at home extended the winning streak to 12 games over their initial foes. Last week's comeback attempt was cut short due to lightning, but Howe looks to muster up their own electricity tonight. Howe hasn't given up a defensive touchdown to Tioga in 80 years. It's the Howe Bulldogs and the Tioga Bulldogs, and it's football time in Texas.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president. Not a joke. You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
I'm attorney Micah Belden, an old-school black and white Howe Bulldog. In criminal defense, you need someone who fights like a bulldog. Call me now if you've been investigated, arrested, or charged with a crime in North Texas. My number is 903-744-4252. We'll set up a free consultation. You will find out that I'm rough, tough, and I can't get enough. I'm board certified in criminal law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization, Principal Office, Sherman, Texas. Visit my website at shermancriminallawyer.com.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
You might know that State Farm agent Corey Hernandez has great service. Corey is your good neighbor after all. But did you know State Farm has surprisingly great rates too? That's right. State Farm agent Corey Hernandez is here to help you select the right protection at the right price. Corey will make sure you understand your State Farm coverages so you'll know what to expect if the unexpected happens. Call State Farm agent Corey Hernandez at 903-893-8400 or visit insurancequotetexoma.com. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Let's join Monty Walker with the Scoggins Funeral Home Senior Spotlight.
This week's Senior Spotlight is Seth Goolsby. Seth, who's your favorite teacher up here at Howe High School?
My favorite teacher is Miss Nail. She always worked with everybody and was super nice all the time.
A lot of people say Miss Nail. How about your favorite coach?
My favorite coach was Coach Garrett. He's been a lineman coach forever, and everyone loves him.
And you had a back injury last year. Tell us what happened.
Well, I was deadlifting, and something just kind of popped and slipped, and it took me out for a while, but now I'm back, and I'm happy to be here.
How hard was it to miss all of last year?
It was hard. I got to watch all my friends play football, and I was kind of stuck on the sidelines, but now I'm back, so that's good.
What's in store for Seth Goolsby after high school?
I'm planning to go to Oklahoma State University. Probably won't play football, but I'd like to go to college.
OUJV, huh? Hey, I'm a Sooner. So, hey, let's talk about this guitar. You play guitar. Sorry for all the OSU fans out there. You play guitar. What kind of music do you play?
I play rock and more metal music. It's the most fun thing to play for me. Gets the energy out.
So if you had to pick one artist, who are you playing?
Oh, gosh, probably Metallica.
So you're playing electric guitar.
Oh, yeah.
Homecoming, this is a week away. A date, any big plans?
Yeah, I have a date, Angie. We're going to go, have fun, dance around, and probably have a party afterwards.
What else I'll cut that. Lost at Commerce last week. They're a very talented team, very athletic. But you guys played really well. Were you wanting to continue the game after the lightning strike?
I was. I know that they were winning, but I would have liked to finish it. They were very athletic and talented, but I think that we probably could have come back a little better.
You've had a week to prepare for Tioga. You've seen them on film. What do you expect to see from them?
They don't look too great. They have a couple good kids, but shouldn't be a problem for us.
That is Seth Goolsby, your Senior Spotlight.
Tonight's Senior Spotlight has been brought to you by Scoggins Funeral Home. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Mainline break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
At Independent Financial, supporting our community is at the heart of what we do, which is why we are pleased to support the Howe Bulldogs. Investing in others and helping our neighbors thrive is what we do, and our friendly, knowledgeable banking team is rooting for you in your financial success. Whether you're saving for college, planning for your family's future, or working to grow your business, we'd love to help you accomplish your goals. Come see us at our location on South Denny or visit us at ifinancial.com. Go Bulldogs! We're cheering for a winning season. Member FDIC.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president. Not a joke. You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Let's join Monty Walker with the Independent Financial Coach's Corner with Lance Bryan.
Coach, I thought everything went well last week against Commerce last Friday night against their array of athletes over there.
You know, we did some good things. You know, the score obviously got away from us a little bit, but, you know, we opened the offense up a lot more this week because, you know, with another week of practice, we knew that Colin could do a lot more stuff. We put the ball in the air a little bit more, and we're able to kind of game plan around his strengths that we were able to see in practice the first couple of weeks. Commerce is incredibly fast, and they're a talented team, and they're undefeated for a reason. You know, they're going to be a tough out for anybody. And, you know, we try to limit their big plays. They still got several of them. You know, field position was an issue. They're, you know, it's hard to kick it to those guys. You know, we tried to do a few different things. We tried to surprise onside that unfortunately only went 9 yards instead of 10. And I know Johnny was kicking himself about it, but, you know, it took a bad bounce and, you know, we didn't get it. And so they get the ball at midfield and you know, their return game is tough. You know, that's one of their biggest weapons is, you know, they're able to get the ball to midfield or better if they get the ball in their hands. And, you know, we weren't able to contain them real well there, but, you know, our defense made them earn it. I felt like for the most part and, you know, limit their big plays. And, you know, our offense was able to kind of grind the clock a little bit and keep the ball away from them. And we were able to move the ball a lot better this week than we did the previous week. And you know, Commerce is a little bit more talented than Tom Bean overall. But we felt like our offense took a step in the right direction. And so we feel like we have a lot to build on.
What I noticed is Colin Murphy continues to get more comfortable at the quarterback position. You had a chat with him after the Tom Bean game, as I understood it. What did you tell him?
I was just incredibly proud of how he stepped up into that role. He was thrust into that position, and he hasn't taken reps at quarterback. I don't know when the last time he ever did. I don't think that it was ever. And but we needed him to step up into that role, due to the circumstances, and he handled it like a champ. And we didn't ask a whole lot of him, in the passing game that first week. But we did put the ball in his hands, running the ball, because he's an athlete and he can do a lot of things with his legs. But we know going into the future, we're going to have to open up the playbook. We can't be super limited. And but after the game was over, he handled it so well, and he took all that pressure, and he's still playing on defense and played like a dog there too. And so I was just proud of him. He really stepped up, and that was a big moment for him, and I was incredibly happy for him, and I know the team was happy for him. And we're ready to continue to build on what he can do. And now that we've had 2 weeks worth of practice with him, and we've been able to see all the things that he can do better, we have a pretty good grasp of what we think he does well, and he's going to continue to grow in that position.
Braden Ulmer is becoming the human highlight film. School record 99-yard kick return might have induced the Lightning Friday night.
BU is a great player. It doesn't really matter where he lines up, whether it's offense, defense, or special teams. He's got the potential to make a big play, and that's one of the reasons why he almost never steps off the field. Like every once in a while, we'll get him off on a special team here or there to try to give him a break. If he, on that kickoff return for a touchdown, he's supposed to go right back out and run down on kickoff. And I gave him a break on that one, because I always joke to kids, hey, if you have a 90-yard touchdown, we'll get you a break on kickoff return or on kickoff rather. And, it hasn't come up very many times, but it did come up that time. So that was pretty cool to have to sub him out because he was gassed for running, a school record return. But, he's had interceptions. He's had some big catches. Even on offense, we use him a lot as a blocker, and he does a really great job at that as well. And, one of the things that's great about him is wherever we put him and whatever we ask him to do, he does it 100 miles an hour to the best of his ability, and he's physical from the first quarter all the way through. And, he's one of our dogs, and so we're going to put him out there, and he makes plays, and, that's why he's out there so much.
Commerce's game plan was to obviously outrun your kids around the edges, but your defense ran sideline to sideline pretty well Friday night. Talk about your defense.
We were able to string out a lot of runs, and, whenever a team runs sideline to sideline, there's gaps that emerge on the edge, and, there's force players and there's cutback players, and, there's all these different angles that everybody's supposed to take. And for the most part, it wasn't every play, obviously, because they did break us, a few times, but for the most part, we were able to string them out and really make them earn it. And, that they're a good team, and that's hard to stop. And it's easy to say, like, everybody wants to limit big plays, and that's true. But against a team that's that athletic and that's able to break a big one at any time, and that has guys at every position in the skill position wise that can do that, that's obviously a tough ask for any defense. And but our guys, they really stepped up, and they kind of limited the big plays, and they scored 60 some odd points the week before, and so they're an electric offense, and they can really get the ball going. And I felt like our defense did a good job of kind of slowing them down as best we could. But they're a great offense, and they're still going to be able to score points, but we did a good job for the most part.
We'll be back in 30 seconds. At Independent Financial, supporting our community is at the heart of what we do, which is why we are pleased to support the Howe Bulldogs. Investing in others and helping our neighbors thrive is what we do, and our friendly, knowledgeable banking team is rooting for you in your financial success. Whether you're saving for college, planning for your family's future, or working to grow your business, we'd love to help you accomplish your goals. Come see us at our location on South Denny or visit us at ifinancial.com. Go Bulldogs! We're cheering for a winning season. Member FDIC. Coach, some people have asked about, maybe bringing up freshmen to varsity when you were having the quarterback situation or other situations. You've been opposed to that scenario. Tell us your thoughts.
I think when you bring up freshmen to varsity, there's a lot of cons that can happen. There's a few pros. Like sometimes a freshman comes up and they're physically and mentally ready to play, and they can step into a role and they're ready to go. But I think that is incredibly, incredibly rare. I just don't know that physically a lot of them are prepared. They're going against kids that are potentially 5 years older than them in some cases, if the kid's only 14. And that puts them in a bad spot. And, they might not have a lot of success. It can really mess up their confidence. It also separates them from their class. I think it's important for classes to kind of grow together. Sophomore year is usually the year where 99% of kids start to separate themselves as a varsity or JV player for that 1 year. And then typically by the time they're juniors, they're all back together again. So, I'm not saying that every freshman needs to stay on the JV team and stay down forever. That's not necessarily the case, but I do think that those decisions don't need to be made lightly, and I don't think that they need to be made on a whim. And so we're not going to do that unless we are just completely forced. There's definitely a lot of talented freshmen, and there's some of them that could probably come up and challenge for some positions. But at the same time, when you bring up a freshman and you put them over, a junior or a senior or a sophomore that's earned their time, that can have some negative effects on, team morale. And so I think that it's just really, really important to take all factors into that. And you can't just bring up a kid just because he's a good athlete on the JV and you think, well, he should just be on varsity. You have to take into account his age, his physical, his mental maturity. And, we want to make sure that we bring these kids up right and that we don't make a rash decision that ends up, biting us down the road.
Once again on the road, white tops and black pants so far. Who makes that decision? Is that the players, the coaches? How does that come about?
It's been kind of a joint effort. We did it against Tom Bean because they have a grass field. And so, with grass stains and whatnot, we just felt like, we'd probably protect our white pants a little bit better there. And, and I'm not superstitious, but, I do think sometimes you kind of do the same thing if it worked. And, we won the game before wearing the white tops and the black pants. And so we decided to roll with it again last week just because no real reason. The kids like the look. I think it's a good look. I do like the all white look too. We'll probably end up bouncing back and forth a little bit. We haven't gone black tops with white bottoms since I've been here yet. We kind of like the all black look. We just think it makes us look, intimidating on film. And I think it's a good look. But, at some point we might bust out black tops with white bottoms. But, it's a group effort. The kids kind of ask and the coaches kind of talk, but, I don't think that it really matters what we wear. So it's one of those things where, whatever, if the kids want it, then I'm okay with it. And we just everybody kind of chips in and then we just make a final decision.
Tioga has gone from ground and pound to air raid, new head coach over there. Your secondary will be tested tonight. What's your answer for them?
Absolutely. They do a lot of stuff in the passing game and they use the passing game as a running game as well. They throw a lot of short passes and it's not necessarily just, throwing it 50 yards down the field every play, but that there's kind of like Mike Leach, Texas Tech, old school air raid style like that. With some new wave stuff going in, some Lincoln Riley type stuff, but they're really, really good at what they're doing. They're a new offense doing that, so they're having some transition, woes a little bit. There's some drop passes, and I think that they're still kind of learning how to do that offense. Obviously, they're going to get better at that every week. Hopefully that's not this week, but our secondary will definitely be tested. A big thing is going to be that guys are going to have to stay in their zones and they're going to have to match up on their men. They're going to have to make plays when the ball presents itself, and our D line's got to get there. And we feel like our defensive line has the potential to get to the quarterback, and we're good against the run, we feel like, but we definitely feel like we can get a good pass rush. We've got some guys that can really go off the edge. And so those guys are going to have to create some pressure to put their quarterback in some binds so that he can't get to a second and third progressions. Because in the air raid, typically, if they can get to the second, third progressions, then eventually somebody's going to get open. And so we've got to make sure that we limit his time in the pocket and, make him uncomfortable.
Cooper Jones was back at practice this week. What kind of role do you see him playing?
We're easing him in. We're making sure that, we're smart about, him coming back. He's started to kind of, go on some offense. He's doing some defense, and, we're kind of evaluating it day by day and making sure that, we have him for the long haul. We don't want to rush him back. But we're hoping that he's able to get to Friday and go make some plays, because obviously he's a playmaker, both on offense and defense when he's out there. And so we're looking forward to having him back, and we're hoping it's this week.
Tonight's Coach's Corner with Lance Bryan has been brought to you by Independent Financial. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Real estate is the key to building long-term wealth. Hi, I'm Dana Thornhill, a local Keller Williams realtor. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, I can help you. Call the Llama Realty Group. Call 903-821-6890 and ask us about our complimentary services. Opportunities in North Texas are growing quickly, and the Llama Realty Group can help you with all your real estate needs. Just like here at the stadium, execution is the name of the game. The Llama Realty Group gets the job done. Call 903-821-6890 today. Each Keller Williams office is independently owned and operated.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at mredinsurance.com.
Got hail? Get hit. Help your home and your community at the same time. Hit Roof and Exteriors has been on the job locally since 2012. Hail damage, wind damage, roof leaks, exterior paint and siding, replace it or repair it, we've got you covered. Hit Roof and Exteriors has been building solid roofs all across North Texas for over 11 years. We will work with your insurance company or your budget to get your home happy again. For a free estimate or inspection, call 972-977-1523. Hit Roof and Exteriors. Got hail? Get hit.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president. Not a joke. You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Today's Howe Bulldogs Flux Capacitor is brought to you by Sonic of Howe. Now let's join Monty Walker with a time travel through Bulldogs history.
September 15th has historically been a putrid night for the Howe Bulldogs. Howe is 1-9 on games played on this date. The only win came in 1995 when they defeated a much different Prosper team 7-0 on a Kelly Smith 49-yard run. The first game played on September 15th was in 1960 when the McKinney B team defeated the Bulldogs 26-6. Howe had a rematch the following season, but again was defeated 28-12. Howe lost to Callisburg 16-8 in 1967 on this date. Tommy Robertson, the grandfather of current Howe Bulldog Garrett Rogers, scored the lone touchdown that evening. In 1972, Howe lost at Princeton 17-0, and in 1978 were blanked by Aubrey 25-0. The Bulldogs were embarrassed by Dallas Christian in 1989 by a score of 49-21. And in 2000 were beat by Denton Liberty Christian 21-13. The Dogs were blanked at home by Durant 38-0 in 2006 on this date, and the last game played on September 15th was in 2017 when Howe lost at Munster 46-12. Tonight's game will be the first game played between Tioga and Howe at Tioga since November 15th, 1946. This is due to Howe suspending their program from 1948 to 1957, and then Tioga suspending their football program afterwards. In that final game at Tioga, Howe's unscored on record went out the window when Tioga's Nolan Atkins blocked a punt for a scoop and score. Howe ended up winning that game 27-6, not knowing it would be the last in Tioga for 77 years. Howe's first ever football game under the UIL was played in Tioga on September the 20th, 1935. Members of the Howe Bulldogs packed onto a flatbed truck and each carried a can of water to the game. Howe lost their initial contest 12-0, but that would be the last against Tioga, as the Dogs own a 12-1 overall record with a 12-game winning streak that started 2 months after the initial game.
Today's Howe Bulldogs Flux Capacitor is brought to you by Sonic of Howe. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Hi, this is Nino Foles.
And I'm Tyler Grisham. We're the only Bulldogs that ever rushed for over 3,000 yards.
Well, I could have had 5,000 in that slot T that y'all did.
I'd had 6,000 if I were 6'8", 220.
Hey now, both you guys were amazing. Let's just leave it at that.
All I know is that I bet we can agree that Sonic of Howe has great food and big smiles.
Well, it's not just good. It's Sonic good. Hey, Monty, how many yards did you have?
Wow.
Grish, let's go get a Sonic Blast and let me tell you how we beat Pilot Point.
You didn't go 3 rounds though, huh?
Jeez, guys.
This is Coach Jim Farrar.
Hello, Howe Bulldogs. This is Coach Joey McQueen.
This is Coach Davey Dubose.
Hey, this is Coach Lance Bryan. I want to personally invite you to join the Howe Athletic Booster Club. They help us in every sport, girls and boys and middle school as well. From the doghouse at the Dog Pound, the Howe Athletic Booster Club raises money to help us through hosting powerlifting meets, running volleyball concessions, and especially through the sales of our Howe Bulldogs Black and White Game Day program. You can pick yours up at each home game. Help us light it up by joining up with the Howe Athletic Booster Club.
Have a great year, Bulldogs.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president. Not a joke. You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
From Studio 42 on HoweEnterprise.com, this is Howe Bulldogs Football. Today's scene setter is brought to you by Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, proud partner of Bulldogs Athletics.
When cold air meets warm air in the sky, electricity forms and lightning strikes. And it can occur at any given moment. And it usually wears the number 4.
BU down the sideline. One man to beat. Two men to beat. He breaks through. Being chased down. Kissing goodbye. Beautiful. 99 yards. How did he break through that?
No matter the weather, be it heat, rain, or lightning, Howe has one job: win.
Bounds right side, a big hole behind Large March. Howe's on the board with a Johnny Garcia 26-yard field goal. It's Michael Riddle. Riddle me this. It's touchdown time in Texas. Knox leaps and bounds into the end zone for a 20-yarder.
It's time for a Friday night old-fashioned dogfight. It's the Howe Bulldogs and the Tioga Bulldogs. Here we go. Live from Bulldog Field in Tioga, Texas. This is Bulldogs football.
Today's scene setter is brought to you by Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, proud partner of Bulldogs Athletics. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. From Studio 42 on HoweEnterprise.com, this is Howe Bulldogs Football. You've been listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Football time in Texas is just moments away. Now, with the call of the game, here's the voice of the Howe Bulldogs, Monty Walker.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Tioga, Texas. Small town football at its best. It's been a long time, Justin White, since I've sat down in the bleachers on a Friday night, but we are in the stands tonight. Not enough room in the press box, and hey, I've got a cozy little seat. We've got everything set up in front of us, but I've got a cozy little seat right here in the bleachers. I'm sitting on the metal bleachers, and it's kind of nice.
Yeah, it feels great out here. Yeah, we're just snuggled here in this nice little cozy corner. And I tell you, this is small town football right here. The way, it's kind of a newer stadium. It feels like it's built right in the middle of a pasture. You got cows across the way. You got an irrigation system behind us, watering the pasture.
The cow
earlier.
pasture.
Yeah, so it's just it's like it's built in the middle of a farmland.
It's a beautiful evening. Last week we got cut short early a little bit due to lightning. Hopefully not tonight. There is cloud cover. It looks like heavy clouds above us, but it's a little bit to the west. Hopefully that doesn't become an issue since we are outdoors. But it would not be such a bad thing for the Howe Bulldogs as a Tioga team comes in here completely changed from a year ago. And they're Howe won last year at Bulldog Stadium 42-12 ground and pound were the Tioga Bulldogs a year ago. They are air raid now with a brand new head coach, and they look to do things a lot differently under Zach Birdwell than they did a year ago. So Chad Rogers gone. He's up the road in Sanger, and they have a completely different look to them.
Yeah, it's almost like Howe and Tioga kind of switched roles. Howe, ran the ball a lot, but kind of threw it around quite a bit last year. And as you said, Tioga was a ground game, and this year they're airing it out more. And Howe has started to rely more on their ground game. So both teams have kind of switched their roles, kind of depending on their personnel and coaching style.
Cooper Jones is back for the Howe Bulldogs in a different role, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit, maybe during the Bulldogs overview. Thank you for listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Don't get shocked. Call them at 903-421-8100. Also, thanks to Scoggins Funeral Home for the senior spotlight. And that one was a pretty good one with Seth Goolsby, who we learned is a guitar player.
Like Metallica, right?
Yeah. That one kind of shocked me a little bit. Threw me for a loop. When I see Seth Goolsby, I don't see Metallica, but obviously that is the case. Also, the Coach's Corner was brought to you by Independent Financial. Starting lineups, we'll go ahead and do that right now. Brought to you by Hit Roof and Exteriors. Got hail? Get hit. And I'll start with the starting offense for the Howe Bulldogs, if you will. They're 1-2. 0-0 in district, have not played a district game. Tonight is not a district game. Next week is not a district game. Up front for the Howe Bulldogs, the left tackle, Luciano Vasquez. He's a senior. The left guard is Dylan Patterson, a sophomore. The center, Michael Riddle Me This. He's a senior. And the right guard is Will Ingram, Large Marge, a sophomore. He was our player of the game last week. The right tackle, Seth Goolsby, you heard in the senior spotlight. He's a senior. Missed all of last year to a back injury, but he is back and very strong. Wide out to the left will be Malachi Daly. Still has yet to catch a ball. He's a junior. And wide out to the right will be Bo Stevens, the junior. He's got one catch for 24 yards. It was a big catch a week ago. He's also rushed 6 times for 18 yards. Slot receiver to the left is Braden B.U. Ulmer, 5 catches for 36 yards. He's also rushed 9 times for 9 yards. A junior is Braden Ulmer. The fullback or running back is Knox Bounds, the sophomore running back, 41 carries for 166 yards and 1 touchdown. Slot receiver to the right, this is where you insert Cooper Jones. He doesn't have a reception yet this year because he played quarterback for 1 quarter and 1 play, but he rushed 11 times for 34 yards in that opener against Honey Grove in the first quarter. That's how much of a workload he had. He had 1 quarter and ran 11 times. But here's where Cooper Jones really helps you. He is an outstanding receiver. He will be the slot receiver. His career catches are 85 and 1,328 yards. He's a 4-year starter with 11 receiving touchdowns. So that is a huge benefit for the Howe Bulldogs. Colin Murphy, the quarterback, 6 out of 11 on the year, 1 interception and 60 yards passing, no touchdowns. He's rushed 31 times for 104 yards. And before he went to quarterback, he caught 2 balls for 11 yards. Head coach for Howe is Lance Bryan, 7-7 career record, 27th head coach at Howe. Originally of Gainesville, played for the Leopards. He played at Hardin-Simmons and was most recently the DC at Sanger, defensive coordinator. His first job was at Carthage in 2010, and then Jasper in 2011. He went to Hutto in 2012 through 15, and then he got the DC job at 6A Baytown from 2016 to 17. Wanted to move up here a little bit closer to family, and took the S&S DC job in 2018. Got the heck out of S&S and went to Sanger, where in 2019 through 2021. His wife is Erica, and they have 3 kids in the Howe ISD, and that is your starting lineup for the Howe Bulldogs, Justin.
All right, let's go over to the Tioga Bulldog defense. They run a 3-4 defense. They have 4 seniors, starters, 5 juniors, a sophomore, and a freshman starting on this defense. On the defensive line, defensive tackle is that freshman we talked about, Kyson Kirkland. Manuel Molina is the nose tackle at 6 foot, 243-pound junior. He's got 2 tackles for loss and 2 sacks. Other defensive tackle is Kason Cerna, 5'9", 228-pound junior. He leads the team in 3 sacks. Linebackers, outside linebacker is Cam Downing. He's got 51 tackles and 2 sacks. Middle linebackers are seniors Cooper Evans and senior Jonah Grubbs. Other outside linebacker is 5'8", 170-pound junior Johnny Dolphinus. In the secondary, at cornerback is Gage Anderson. You'll hear him a lot on offense, but plays defense as well. He's got an interception on the season. The other cornerback is James Gulp. He's a 5'8", 144-pound junior. The other free safety is another Downing, Caden Downing. He's a sophomore. Plays free safety, has 21 tackles on the season. And then the strong safety, 6 foot, 165-pound senior, Caden Maldonado. He's got an interception on the season. That is the defense for the Tioga Bulldogs.
So for Howe, the defense will be Cooper Jones up front with his hand on the ground as a defensive end tonight. That's a big, huge plus for the Howe Bulldogs. No tackles on the year. This will be his first defensive action of the year, but obviously not his first defensive action of his high school career. He's a senior. The defensive tackle, Charlie Vera, a junior, 14 tackles, but you'll also see a lot of Michael Riddle, the senior. Charlie Tank Turner at the other defensive tackle position. He's a junior, 10 tackles and 1 sack and 1 tackle for loss. He'll be spelled at times by Luciano Vasquez. And Ethan Mayo at defensive end, 11 tackles, and he'll be spelled at times by Dylan Patterson, the sophomore. The linebackers tonight, Braden Ulmer, 16 tackles on the year, a junior, 3 tackles for loss and 1 interception, and he is so far the playmaker on defense for the Howe Bulldogs. Middle linebacker, Bo Stevens, 16 tackles. He's a junior. Outside linebacker, Colton Little, a senior. He's got 9 tackles and 1 tackle for loss. The corners tonight, Jeremiah Thornton, a junior. I think it's going to be Garrett Rogers, the sophomore. And Rogers has 9 tackles. Eli Stoner, the safety, 15 tackles, and he will pop you. He's a sophomore. The free safety, Colin Murphy, a senior, 18 tackles and 1 tackle for loss. And we'll have to see who's on the other side, as I had penciled in Garrett Rogers. But I believe Jeremiah Thornton, who has been the starting cornerback, will go back to being more of a down lineman type situation for Howe. And that's your starting defense for the Howe Bulldogs.
All right, let's go over to the Tioga Bulldogs. They come in with a 2-1 record on the season. They defeated Valley View last week pretty handily. On this offensive line, it's a total weight of 1,215 pounds, average weight of 243 pounds along that offensive line. That's a pretty good-sized offensive line for a 2A school. Left tackle is Manuel Molina, 6 foot, 243-pound junior. At left guard is a 5'9", 228-pound junior, Kaysen Cerna. At center is Jesus Molina, 5'10", 283-pound junior. At right guard is Cooper Evans, 6'1", 180-pound senior. And then right tackle, Cooper Fisher, a sophomore. At receiver, playing a senior, Caden Maldonado, one of the lead receivers on this team. Slade Babbitt playing the slot receiver. He's a 5'7", 158-pound junior. The other slot receiver is Jonah Grubb, 6 foot, 193-pound senior. Austin Norwood, heard his name a lot last year in the game against Howe. He's a junior. The running back, the lead rusher on this team, Gage Anderson, 5'8", 170-pound junior. And then calling the shots at quarterback is Hayden Hilliard. He's a 6'1", 187-pound senior. Their head coach is Zach Birdwell. That's your starting offensive lineup for the Tioga Bulldogs.
Tioga Bulldogs. So there's some interesting facts. Howe has not played here since 1946. Wow. Due to both programs, taking some time off. Mm-hmm. And interesting nugget here. Also, Howe has not given up an offensive touchdown to Tioga since 1946 on this field. And actually, I don't know if it was on this field. I doubt it was. I'm sure it was in town somewhere.
So 70-plus years since the touchdowns were scored.
Yeah, things were a lot different back in the 40s, were they not?
And what was it? I heard the flux capacitor. They came over here on a flatbed trailer with a can of water.
Very first game ever. Howe's very first game ever under the UIL took place here in Tioga, September the 20th, 1935.
Imagine what that ride was like, having to everybody meet at the school meet at the parking lot at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and we're gonna hop on the truck and head over to Tioga.
We took the Waze route over here, And it took us down a rock road. It made me think, this is the problem. This may have been the way they came on that flatbed truck, that road there through around Loop Collinsville is what we dubbed it.
Yes.
The loop around Collinsville, which is a White Rock road.
Yeah. Yeah, they took me down the same road. I wondered, too. I was like, where's this thing taking me?
Captains heading out on the field will be Cooper Jones, Luciano Vasquez, Colin Murphy, and Colton Little. And Caroline Slauson is with us tonight. She's down there, and we'll see if we can get her to punch her mic into the coin toss here in just a moment.
Can y'all hear me?
We can.
All tonight, right? So good sportsmanship. Black talks to black, white talks to white. My name's Scott Carroll. I'll be the referee. This is Eric Reynolds. He's going to be the umpire. I have a 1896 Morgan silver dollar. It's just a couple of years older than I am. All right? You guys are the visitors. You want to call it? Called. Heads. All right, we'll flip it. Here it goes. It is heads.
Hal has won the toss.
Won the toss. Want the ball with you.
And Colton Little says they want the football. Caroline, let's talk down to you a little bit before we head back up. Our Night Furniture sideline reporter.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm so great. It's 79 degrees, and we're all here together. It's so lovely.
Yeah.
This is, I got to say, this stadium it's something, man. It's tiny, yet this is a nice field.
It's reminiscent of Bell's. It's very similar to Bell's.
Yeah.
The way it's laid out.
And I went down that same rock road that y'all did, and I said, I think this is wrong because I'm not seeing any stadium lights. But we got the sprinklers and I don't know. It's just something it's cool.
Well, sprinklers are okay. Sprinkles are not. We're outdoors with all of our electrical equipment, and if I see Stephen Braswell doing any kind of a rain dance over here tonight, we're in trouble. Nah, just stop it.
I'm going to look up and see all y'all smushed in that little deal.
Let's talk to Stephen Braswell for the first time tonight. Stephen, you're going to be running the stats. You're outdoors also. Everybody's outdoors tonight. Caroline's got to be happy because we're in the same elements. Talk to us a little bit about, as far as the stats go, what are you looking for tonight from Howe?
I'm looking for the fact that each week they've had more yardage rushing, and hopefully we can keep that up tonight. And, we had pretty good passing stats last week, too. I think it ended up like 6 of 11 for passing for Murphy. Mm-hmm. So I think we can continue on that. We ought to have a pretty good game.
I think we're just about ready for the national anthem. Howe needs to get on the board early. Howe has yet to score in the first quarter of any game yet this season. And if they continue that track tonight, they're going to be in trouble because Tioga loves to throw the football and get on the board. Here's your national anthem, going to be played by the Tioga Band across the way. We believe. And with that, Justin White, it is football time in Texas. Tioga, Texas, Bulldog Field, not Bulldog Stadium.
Yeah, it's a great night. The I don't know, is this their homecoming maybe tonight, or I see some fans over on the.
It could be. This is the first of the homecoming tour.
Get a prayer. Looks like a prayer. Yeah, it's a prayer.
Oh, there's a prayer on the other side. So I'm looking across the way. There's kind of the older water tower in Tioga, and they have a cell tower that's up, and it looks like maybe the Dollar General version of the Six Flags Tower in Arlington.
Yeah.
Very similar shape, but obviously not the same thing.
You should have good signal out here with the reception and everything.
One thing I am concerned about are the gnats.
Yes,
I don't know if they're bothering y'all or like they are me, but the gnats are everywhere. Maybe I should have taken my monthly shower this week.
Oh, hopefully it's not my cologne they're attracted to.
It is first responder night here.
Is it?
It is. That's who is out here on the field.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very nice. Tioga in all black black tops tonight. They look very much like Howe. Black tops, white numbers, white pants. Now they have the white helmet with the green on the helmet. It's green stripes and the T.
The green T, yeah.
For Tioga. Howe in all white tonight. For the first time, they have been sporting the black pants with the white tops. This week going with all white. Braden Ulmer back deep to return. He had the school record 99-yard kick return a week ago at Commerce. Cooper Jones will be back there with him. Those are two dangerous returners for the Howe Bulldogs. Teeing it up for Tioga will be Adrian Santoyo Pina. We'll get a kick out of seeing that all night. Just about ready to be underway. Your Tech Wave kickoff to start the game is a high kick, going to go towards Cooper Jones. Fields it at the 20, goes up the far hash, got a lot of room in front of him. Look out, 50. Down, finally, in Tioga territory at the 41-yard line. A great return. Hello, Cooper Jones. Welcome back.
Welcome back. And then at the end of that, lowered his shoulder on the defender as he got taken down at about the 40-yard line of Tioga.
That took 7 seconds off this initial clock.
That knee looks okay.
Yeah, it looks fine to me. And Howe will start on offense for the first time tonight. They'll actually spot it at the 40 of Tioga. 40 yards away from pay dirt. Again, Howe has yet to score in the first quarter of this season. Murphy at quarterback, two backs in the backfield. Jones in the slot to the right, and Malachi Davis split out wide to the right. And this will be a handoff to Braden Ulmer coming near side. He's got the line of scrimmage. He's got more. Quit it. 10-5. Kiss him goodbye. It is touchdown time in Texas on play number 1 in Tioga.
Well, you finally break the curse of not being able to score a touchdown. There's a read option, give it to and Ulmer kept it, went around the right side. Everybody got a hat on somebody, and nobody touched Braden Ulmer all the way for the 40-yard touchdown. His first rushing touchdown of the season, I believe.
Say goodbye to not scoring in the first quarter. They score on the first play. Johnny Garcia, his PAT kick looks good off the turf, and it is 7-0 Howe. There's only been 16 seconds run off the clock. We'll be right back.
You might know that State Farm agent Corey Hernandez has great service. Corey is your good neighbor after all. But did you know State Farm has surprisingly great rates too? That's right. State Farm agent Corey Hernandez is here to help you select the right protection at the right price. Corey will make sure you understand your State Farm coverages so you'll know what to expect if the unexpected happens. Call State Farm agent Corey Hernandez at 903-893-8400 or visit insurancequotetexoma.com. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I'm attorney Micah Belden. Call me now if you've been investigated, arrested, or charged with a crime in North Texas. My number is 903-744-4252. We'll set up a free consultation. You will find out that I'm rough, tough, and I can't get enough. I'm board certified in criminal law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization, Principal Office, Sherman, Texas. Visit my website at shermancriminallawyer.com.
Well, that was fast. How about a hit roof and exteriors scoring drive recap. This won't take long. One play, 40 yards for BU on a buck sweep to the near side. He had a crease, and he was off to the house. Here's Johnny Garcia's kick, a little squibber to the right side. That's going to be taken and fielded immediately and down at the 38-yard line. And recovering the kick is Slade Babbitt for Tioga, and they will take over there in their own side of the field at the 38. Are they going to spot him at 38?
Well, this Tioga offense is a quick strike offense as well with the way they air it out. Let's see if how the defense for Howe will adjust to this high passing attack.
These gnats, it's like an Alfred Hitchcock movie over here.
Well, they were on me for a couple of them, and I got them away, and now they're swarmed you. They migrate over to you.
Hilliard sends a man out, split out wide to the left side. And in motion goes Gage Anderson. They'll pitch it to him, and a flag is down before we get underway. This could be against Tioga.
I believe it is. I just
somebody moved early, I can tell.
Don't know who. I will tell you, though, our first game to score in the first quarter and our first game, Coach Simmons is here on the sideline.
Hey, Coach Simmons. Good to see him back. I know it's been a really tough couple of weeks for the Simmons family. His wife lost her father. They had to make a trip out to New Mexico. Prayers go to the Simmons family. And they've made trips out to Georgia to see Coach Simmons' dad, also who's in bad health. 11:39 on the clock. They look to the side for the play. Anderson in the backfield along with Hilliard. He'll switch sides from left to right. They like to air it out, and they do so here. Jones might have made a decision right there as Cooper Jones off the left edge got his big paw up in the air, and the ball falls incomplete.
Well, they're going to try to get the ball out of the hands of Hilliard quickly and get to the hands of receivers. And I tell you right now, Hilliard has a rocket. And you're right, Cooper Jones may have got his hand up there and kind of caused issues with that throw.
He doesn't have his hand on the ground now. He'll rush. Hilliard's pass incomplete, almost picked off. Maybe it is by Malachi Daly. Did he get it off the turf? No, they're going to say incomplete. Daly made a diving catch, a fingertip catch, but they're going to rule it incomplete. He thought he had his first pick of his career.
Again, Hilliard put some mustard on that throw. I couldn't see who it was intended for, but it bounced off right off the hands, and I thought Daly was able to scoop that up before it hit the carpet.
Jonah Grubbs in the backfield along with Anderson this time. Hilliard splits them, drops back 5 steps, throws left side all alone, wide open, catch is made, breaks a tackle. Down the sideline goes Caden Maldonado for a first down inside Howe territory at the 39-yard line.
Just a quick comeback route, and Maldonado caught it, and then Rogers not able to make the tackle, and Maldonado able to get into Howe territory now.
Quickly, Hilliard chased down by Cooper Jones, can't get him, but fires it out of bounds because Jones had him almost by the collar, and now a flag comes down late. Right around the line of scrimmage. We'll have to check and see what this is.
There was confusion in the backfield. Hilliard went to his left, nobody was there, and he was running for his life. Jones almost got his hand around the horse collar, decided not to, and then Hilliard was able to throw it away, and looks like that was an eligible man downfield by Tioga.
Guys, I'm going to have to be like one of those crazy ladies and wear something around me because I can't stop sweeping the gnats away or shooing them away or whatever you call it. It's insane. I'm hoping maybe that the stadium lights on now will, they'll gravitate up towards there, but boy, they're wearing me out. Sorry, that's a personal problem. Hilliard in the gun. 2nd down and 10. Handoff to Anderson up the middle. The ball may be out. I think Tioga was able to get back on it, however. So it'll be a gain of perhaps 5. Now we're closer to field level than we normally are, so our angle is going to be somewhat off. They'll spot it at the 34-yard line, so give him 5. Hilliard wants it. Fakes the hand and fires it out quickly to Maldonado, and it goes through his hands, and that was a rocket pass to the left side over by the sidelines, incomplete.
They aired out. It's almost as if they throw the ball to set up the run. and fake the run to Anderson and try to throw a rocket over to Maldonado, and just the laser just went over the head of Maldonado. Couldn't handle it.
Grubbs goes in the backfield to the right side of Hilliard. Anderson to his left. Maldonado split out wide to the near side. Heading right to left is Tioga towards the south end zone.
4th down.
4th and 5 for Tioga. Hilliard wants it. Turns, hands, and it's going to be close. I think Bo Stevens was there. Braden Ulmer says they turned him away, and so do the officials. So a turnover on downs and a nice stand early by Howe's defense to cut them away at 10:38 on the clock here in the first. 7-0 Howe on top.
Just a draw at the middle to Anderson. Anderson tried to get the 5 yards he needed. Maybe got about 4. In the middle of that Bulldog line, able to stop him before he gets to the first down marker. Good job by the defense to bend but not break and take over on down to see what their offense can keep the momentum up for that first drive.
Murphy wanting to play, looks to the sidelines as we start drive number 2 for the Howe Bulldogs. Moving left to right and all white. Malachi Daly will split out wide to the left, and Cooper Jones in the slot that side. Murphy wants it, turns, hands, knocks bounds over left guard, left tackle, breaks free for a moment. Look out, he's got some speed, and he's finally brought down on the Tioga side of the field at the 42-yard line.
Straight handoff to Bounds over to the left side. Got a pulling guard and able to get behind them, and I thought you didn't see him for a bit, and I thought maybe he got dragged down, but all of a sudden he pops out on the second level and puts on the Jets and then into Tioga territory.
26-yard run, and here's Murphy wanting to throw deep ball. Cooper Jones makes the catch at the 20. No, it comes out of his hands. It might have been knocked away by the defender, Slade Babbitt, but it is incomplete.
It was a free play. They got Tioga to jump off sides and then went down to their big target in Jones, and it was just one-on-one, Jones and Babbitt, and Jones had the catch, but good job by Babbitt to swipe it away before Jones was able to haul it in.
So it's a 5-yard penalty that'll spot the ball at the 38-yard line of Tioga.
This is reminiscent of last year. Austin Haley made a living off this, of just getting the free play and just throwing it to Cooper and just seeing if he can pull down the rebound.
Cooper near side slot. Daly split out wide right. Bounds in the backfield to the right side of Murphy. He gets it. He hands again to Bounds, running over left tackle. This time, for the first time, Howe stopped. And he'll gain 2 or 3 yards to the 36-yard line. That's the first running play for Howe that didn't go 26 yards plus.
Average about 20 yards a carry.
2nd down and 4, or a long 3 for the Bulldogs of Howe. We can't say Bulldogs tonight. Both are Bulldogs. 9:44 on the clock. It is ticking. Quarter number 1, 7-0, Howe on top. Ulmer in the slot, or H-back to the left side. 2 receivers near. Ulmer in motion. They pitch it to him. That's a pass. He's running, breaks out of a tackle, lowers the shoulder for a first down run to the 30-yard line.
There's a flag on the play, too.
Let's check down with our Night Furniture sideline reporter, Caroline Slauson. Any idea on the flag, or just in general, what's going on the sideline?
I didn't see the flag until y'all said it, so I'm not sure what happened. But it was funny because walking up to the press bar, to whatever y'all got set up in there, I was talking
Makeshift.
I was talking to Cooper's mom, Katrina, and she was like, "I just hope Cooper's in shape. I think he's good. I think he's good to go."
Ball spotted at the 41. We'll call this the Nat Factory tonight. Left to right goes Howe. 9:25 on the clock. Malachi Daly split out wide to the near side. Jones in the slot again. Bounds on the backfield. Jones goes in motion. They fake the flip to him, and there goes Murphy up the middle. Good for what appears to be enough for a first down, and it is. They'll move the sticks, and Howe churns it to the 32-yard line, 33-yard line. 11-yard run by Murphy.
Good job by Murphy. He faked the handoff and ran it right up the gut. And this is something, curious to see how this works out. So far, so good with Colin Murphy at quarterback, and then Cooper Jones back in the lineup after missing last week's game and most of Honeygrove game the first week. or in the Tomping game, that game, and being a receiver, and see how this works out with the offense.
8:47 on the clock. Same formation. Ulmer is the H-back. Murphy turns and hands to Bounds, who's brought down after about a yard gain to the 32-yard line. Hey, do gnats get better when the sun goes down? Anybody know the answer to that?
Then they turn into mosquitoes.
Oh, great.
Are they better over there? Do you feel like it's getting better? Or
Nope.
Is it getting worse?
It's at about a level 9.
Oh, boy.
Everybody else seems to be fine.
Yeah, we're fine with it because you got them all.
I have them all. When I write on my board, there's a million of them on there. 3 receivers near side for the first time so far. Bounds in the backfield. Murphy rolls that way. Left-handed quarterback throws against his body, completes a pass to Cooper Jones. A flag is down, and Cooper Jones gets up gingerly, kind of limping a little bit, but he looks like he's fine, but several flags thrown late.
James Gold came on a blitz real quick, and I believe Ulmer, or let's see who it was, got a good block to protect Murphy just to give him time to throw that ball.
Maybe Caroline, our Night Furniture sideline reporter, can get with Coach Simmons as he's standing over there by himself next to Caroline, see if he can say a word to us.
See what the flag, did we see what the flag was?
They're going to mark it, looks like.
I think it's going to be on, I think it's on Tioga because they're going to move the ball
It
forward.
appears like it is.
Oh, Steve Braswell is saying roughing the passer. So that's automatic first down.
All right, guys. I do have Coach Simmons here with us. Got to tell you, glad to see you. How excited are you here to see the Bulldogs? The Howe Bulldog.
I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to be here. I got adrenaline shooting through my veins like lightning bolts right now. I'm just so excited to be with the Bulldogs and the Bulldog Nation. Love y'all all. And go Bulldogs, sick 'em dogs, sick 'em.
Atta baby.
Yeah.
Atta baby. 2 receivers near side as Howe now has the ball inside the 20 at the 17-yard line. This will be Knox Bounds around the left edge. Another flag is down. 2 flags are down right behind the line of scrimmage. Justin, any idea?
I think it's going to be holding. They just called it holding against Howe.
So back and forth we go. One against Tioga, another one going back against Howe. So sorry, I'm trying to.
You swallow a gnat, did you?
I'm trying to get these gnats out of my mouth. It'll be 1st and 10, but they're going to back it up back to what appears to be the 28-yard line.
I mean, it's like I can see him kind of just.
Yeah, you know what's the cartoon, the Charlie Brown cartoon, where there's a cloud around this kid because he's so dirty?
Yeah.
Well, that's the gnats around me right now. Yeah. I promise I showered today. Murphy wants to throw. Fires deep ball left side for BU, and it's out of bounds and incomplete. Howe's going to have to get to about the 6 or 7 yard line for a first down. So quite a ways to go as the line of scrimmage is the 28. It'll be 2nd down and 20 coming up.
Actually, I think that pass was intended for Cooper Jones down the sidelines, and Murphy dropped back to pass, pump faked, and just threw it a little too far out of bounds for Jones to bring it in.
That stops the clock at 7:26. Howe on top, 7-0. Bo Stevens into the game. He'll split out wide to the right along with Malachi Davis and Cooper Jones, the interior receiver. Handoff knocks Bounds, stopped in his tracks. Met at the line of scrimmage, might have lost a yard.
He's caught in the backfield.
And a little scuffle there between Bo Stevens and Slade Babbitt. But no flag. And it's going to be 3rd down and 20 at least, if not more than that. They'll say he got back to the line of scrimmage at the 31-yard line, so he lost 3 yards. So it's 3rd and 23 for Howe.
The 2 Cadens, Caden Maldonado and Caden Downing, playing up from the safety position close to the line of scrimmage, came knifing through and took Bounds down right behind the line of scrimmage before he could even get going.
2 receivers to either side this time. Bounds along with Murphy, and a timeout has been called by Howe. We'll take one, too. 6:38 on the clock in the first. Howe up 7-0. We'll be right back.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Howe with the ball at the 31-yard line of Tioga, facing a 3rd and 23 with 6:38 on the clock. Murphy rolls left, wants to throw back to BU. He makes the catch at the line of scrimmage. Look out, he's got a seam 20. Look out, 15 to the 10. Lowers his shoulder for a first down reception. A beautiful call by Lance Bryan and Justin Graham on the kind of the screen on the backside.
Yeah, went left and then threw back right to Ulmer, and he had Michael Riddle and Will Large Marge Ingram leading the convoy for him, and good job by Ulmer with the way he kind of weaved through the defense, getting inside the 5-yard line.
1st and goal from the 4. And this is the Wild Dog. It's still Bo Stevens. Trying to draw him off sides, looked like for a moment. Stevens gets the tush push, but not enough, maybe a yard. Stevens said he never went down and then fought his way into the end zone. The whistles, you know what? He might have something to say about that, as whistles never actually blew until he broke out of that thing.
It was like a quarterback sneak. I mean, they all came to the line. He just went right in their center and just went right behind Michael Riddle.
My wife told me not to say tush push.
Very good idea.
Same formation, the Wild Dog. Stevens, they break out of it. And now for the first time we see a receiver split out wide to the left. Stevens is going to keep it down to the 1-yard line. Maybe the 2, maybe the 1. And I think it's closer to the 1. Nope, the 2.
Yeah, maybe one of the first times we've seen when they line up in that Wild Dog to have a receiver out there, and Murphy was out there on the left side.
Howe gets really conservative when they get around the 5-yard line. They like to do this Wild Dog every time they get inside the 5.
Usually it works.
They have a lot of men in the backfield. Now they all break to the line of scrimmage. Stevens is going to run left side, almost in touch, sneaks his way in. This time he didn't go straight to the middle. He found a crease on the left edge. He took it. It's touchdown time in Texas.
Yeah, he got Charlie Vera and Ulmer as the H-backs on that right side. And, yeah, the defense expected him to come right up the gut, and he just bounced the outside. There's nobody there. Everybody thought it was going to be an inside run. And maybe it was designed that way, and Stevens said, everybody, there's no reason for me to go that way. I'll just go to the left side, and nobody's there. I'll walk into the end zone.
Howe took almost 6 minutes off the clock on that drive. We'll get back to that as Johnny Garcia bangs it through, and Howe has a 14-0 lead with 4:44 on the clock here in Tioga. We'll be back.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
At Independent Financial, supporting our community is at the heart of what we do, which is why we are pleased to support the Howe Bulldogs. Investing in others and helping our neighbors thrive is what we do, and our friendly, knowledgeable banking team is rooting for you in your financial success. Whether you're saving for college, planning for your family's future, or working to grow your business, we'd love to help you accomplish your goals. Come see us at our location on South Denny or visit us at ifinancial.com. Go Bulldogs! We're cheering for a winning season. Member FDIC.
It's road construction night here at Bulldog Field in Tioga. The student body, they always have a theme. Tonight, they all have the bright neon and bright neon yellow and neon orange vests on, as if they're about to climb a telephone pole and check some wires.
Like a lineman?
14-0. Howe on top, 4:44 left to go in the first. Our Tech Wave kickoff is going to be about at the 45-yard line and recovered there really quickly. It was a low squibber intended to bounce, I think, but taken quickly by Tioga, and they'll start from their own 45. Your hit, roof, and exterior scoring drive recap. This is what Howe wants to do tonight and every night. 11 plays, 69 yards, and they took almost 6 minutes off the clock. Scored on a 2-yard touchdown by Bo Stevens. And they have a 14-0 lead here in Tioga. Again, Tioga, well, I'm not going to say it. My mom will say I jinxed him. Here's a handoff to Anderson. Splits through over right guard, but not much. Maybe back to the line of scrimmage, actually.
Hand off to Anderson just to draw off the gut. And
I'm going to say it.
Vera and Turner right there to stop him. What's that?
I'm going to say it next possession. Here is Hilliard dropping back under pressure up the middle, rolling out near side, throws it, heaves it. Maldonado makes the catch down the sidelines. A beautiful catch over the shoulder at the 32-yard line of Howe.
And tremendous job by Hayden Hilliard to avoid Gage Carr. Carr was coming on a blitz, almost untouched, and then just lofted it over the head, right to where Maldonado only he could catch it.
Hilliard rolls out right this time, fires down the sideline on the far side, and Murphy might have knocked it away, but it's incomplete. And it'll be second down for Tioga, trailing Howe 14-0. Again, Tioga, I'm not going to say it. There's some good information that I have, but I'm scared to throw it out there.
Afraid somebody will hear it and use it against you?
I'm scared of the jinx.
Oh.
Ball on the left hash. 4:12 on the clock as it has stopped. We're going to be here for a long time.
I'm about to say, this is going to be one of those long games, guys.
My mother just texted me and said, don't say it, don't say it. Hilliard claps, wants it, gets it, drops back 3 steps, looks left, flushed out, throwing right. On the move, he hasn't thrown it yet. Now he does. Towards the goal line, and a great play, I believe, down there by Murphy to break up the pass. It was going to be a low and magnificent catch if it were, but Murphy got in front, in between, and the ball, I think, went off his back.
This Howe defense is doing a good job of making Hilliard get out of the pocket and run. At that time, looking downfield, usually you can kind of see a receiver break loose. But that time, Howe did a good job of covering everybody. Scrambled.
Okay, my wife just texted me also and said, don't do it. You think they know me or something. Here's Hilliard looking across the middle, fires across the middle, intercepted at the 20-yard line. Coming near side, hammered down, but a great pick by Eli Stoner. The safety picks it off. It fell right in his lap, and Howe's going to take it the other way. And I can say it now, baby. No, I'm going to wait.
Hilliard fired another rocket across the middle. I think it was intended for Maldonado, just a little off target, and just right there, almost standing still, it hit Stoner right in the stomach. And then Stoner able to take it down for a pretty good return. And a turnover by the Howe Bulldogs.
So the ball, what'd you say, 38? Ball will be at the Howe 38-yard line to start their third drive of the night. Both of the first have been successful. We'll see about this one. 2 receivers go left side, Daly and Jones. Bounds in the backfield. BU, the H-back, fakes it. Here's Murphy running, cuts it up left side. He had a little bit of a seam up the middle, chose to bounce it out right, and was tackled almost immediately, but Murphy did pick up 5 yards, 3:41 on the clock.
Gage Anderson, the safety, in on a lot of tackles tonight. Also playing a running back. At the 2A, 3A level, it's Ironman football. Both teams play a lot of players both ways. Gage Anderson actively involved in defense.
Riddle breaks the huddle. Jones split out wide to the left side for the first time tonight, all alone. Murphy, handoff, knocks bounds up the middle, has a seam, has maybe a first down or very close to it at about the 41-yard line. I think it's going to bring up a 3rd and 1 as we hit the 3-minute mark in Tioga, Texas.
Good block, good push by the offensive line for Howe. Just a draw up the middle to Bounds. Bounds gets some pretty good yardage tonight per clip.
My apologies, it's the 47-yard line. 2:44 and rolling, quarter number 1. And this is going to be Murphy trying to find somewhere to go, can't find it. Bottled up at the, I don't
think he got it.
He didn't get the first down, and I'm not sure he didn't lose a yard there. In that situation, you have to go forward, not side to side, and they'll spot it at no gain. So Howe with a decision right here. It'll be 4th down and 1 from your own 47-yard line.
The officials at first called a timeout. I thought they were going to do a measurement.
No way.
No, but they didn't. They just eyeballed it and said short a yard.
So Howe's going to go for it on 4th and 1. 2:09 on the clock. Jones will be your punter tonight, but they are not punt formation. Murphy wants it. Regular formation. They try to draw him off sides, and I think they did. Beautiful. As I think Howe's going to get a cheap first down out of this as they drew Tioga off sides.
It is.
It is against Tioga. Well, you know what? I tell you what, Lance Bryan, you got all the right moves tonight, baby.
Greg Hall that had to run a play, just got that rush-happy defense for Tioga to jump off sides and get you a cheap 5 yards and a new fresh set of downs. And now into Tioga territory.
Talk about working with what you have. Howe has done the best job tonight so far. I know it's early, still first quarter, but man, talk about using your talent in the proper way as best possible. Howe's doing that tonight. No gain there for Murphy on first down as he was hit right at the line of scrimmage. Took off right behind Michael Riddle, but he was met right in the mouth. Might have gained a yard. He did gain a yard to the 48-yard line.
But you're right, doing what they're supposed to do with the personnel.
47.
I mean, give credit to Coach Bryan with Colin Murphy and then Cooper Jones coming back. I'll talk about it here in just a second after this play.
1:06, clock rolls. Murphy, handoff bounds around the left edge, trying to find a crease. Can't find the crease, bottled up again, maybe to the 39-yard line, 40-yard line. That'll bring up a 3rd down and 6 for Howe. Tioga's done a great job defensively of trying to make adjustments early on in this game and shut down the run game. They've done a much better job since the first 2 drives.
Yeah, yards are starting to become a little bit tougher to come by on the ground. And Howe may have to go to their passing game at some point.
Murphy is going to roll out near side. Left-handed quarterback started to throw against his body now, throws it in the middle of the field. Daly, thank goodness the linebacker fell down, or that would have went the other way. He tried to loft it and float it in the middle of the field. Daly couldn't get back to it, and it's 4th down, and now special teams unit comes in, and this is not going to be a Garcia field goal, or else it would be like we saw on Thursday Night Football last night. Not a 61-yarder coming up here. This is going to be Jones back to punt.
I tell you what, it's an interesting call. They have Murphy rolling to his right. He's a left-handed quarterback, so he's kind of throwing across his body. Kind of an awkward throw. That time almost got intercepted. So what if they would try to make him roll left?
Jones back to punt. Will stand at his own 43-yard line, and a timeout has been called by Howe. We'll take 1-2 with 13 seconds left to go in the first. We'll be right back.
Real estate is the key to building long-term wealth. Hi, I'm Dana Thornhill, a local Keller Williams realtor. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, I can help you. Call the Llama Realty Group. Call 903-821-6890 and ask us about our complimentary services. Opportunities in North Texas are growing quickly, and the Llama Realty Group can help you with all your real estate needs. Just like here at the stadium, execution is the name of the game. The Llama Realty Group gets the job done. Call 903-821-6890 today. Each Keller Williams office is independently owned and operated.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at mredinsurance.com.
Cooper Jones back to punt. Will stand at his own 43-yard line as we come back from break. 13 seconds left to go in the first. Snap back to Jones. He will end over end kick it. It'll bounce at the 20 into the arms of Anderson, who's racing towards the far sideline and escapes a couple of defenders still fighting to the 25-yard line. He ran laterally for a very long way to gain about 6 yards.
You know, what I was saying earlier about give credit to Coach Brian is during the time that call a timeout.
That's the end of the first quarter. Howe on top, 14-0. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back. It'll be second quarter time in Texas.
Got hail? Get Hit. Help your home and your community at the same time. Hit Roof and Exteriors has been on the job locally since 2012. Hail damage, wind damage, roof leaks, exterior paint and siding, replace it or repair it, we've got you covered. Hit Roof and Exteriors has been building solid roofs all across North Texas for over 11 years. We will work with your insurance company or your budget to get your home happy again. For a free estimate or inspection, call 972-977-1523. Hit Roof and Exteriors. Got hail? Get hit.
Hi, this is Nino Foles.
And I'm Tyler Grisham. We're the only Bulldogs that ever rushed for over 3,000 yards.
Well, I could have had 5,000 in that slot T that y'all did.
I'd had 6,000 if I were 6'8", 220.
Hey now, both you guys were amazing. Let's just leave it at that.
All I know is that I bet we can agree that Sonic of Howe has great food and big smiles.
Well, it's not just good. It's Sonic good. Hey, Monty, how many yards did you have?
Wow.
Grish, let's go get a Sonic Blast and let me tell you how we beat Pilot Point.
You didn't go 3 rounds though, huh?
Jeez, guys.
As we begin the second quarter, Justin White, it was a very good one for Howe.
Yeah, kept the ball on the ground, able to score that first play. And, good job by this offense and good job by the defense as well for Howe.
Hilliard throws a screen pass out left, caught down the sideline, and finally tackled after a pretty nice gain out to the 39-yard line. Gain of about 15 for Tioga. They're now moving left to right.
Just a quick pass out to the left side. Looked like it was maybe Preston Koch maybe with the catch. Able to get some yardage after the catch, freshen it down for Tioga.
Give him 14, and here's Hilliard as whistles before we get underway. 11:50 on the clock, just underway here in the second quarter. Howe on top, 14-0. Our Night Furniture sideline reporter, Caroline Slauson. What you got down there? No rain.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can see. This game was a little scrappy. They're getting it. I don't know how else to put it.
Getting after it.
A
little chippy out there.
A little chippy. And when they come back over to the sideline, they're talking about how chippy it is.
11:37. Hilliard, quick pass right side. That one is incomplete. Hit the back of his intended receiver. They were trying to set up the screen there to the wide receiver, Jonah Grubbs. And I won't call it a pick, but the other receiver trying to get in front of and run a route that might have interfered with a defender actually hit him in the back.
I think so. No, Ulmer was the one who got interfered with. It kind of pushes the defender back to kind of allow to be hit with that ball.
11:34 on the clock, 14-0. Howe in the lead. Second quarter, Hilliard looks to pass right side, fires a bullet. That one's going to be caught across the middle, and that's Jonah Grubbs with the big catch on the Howe side of the field to the 46-yard line.
Man, that was a good pass. Hilliard had great protection in the pocket. His receiver right in stride on the slant across the middle, deep slant.
Quickly, Hilliard fires it out left side. That one's going to be caught also. Maldonado makes the catch, and that's good for 5 or 6, as now Tioga is starting to aerate it a little bit. That's what they want to do.
And when they have these big gainers, they like to go quickly, like they did on that big run, on that big pass just a second ago.
Ball at the 40. They've quickly gone from one 40 to the other. Snap back, Hilliard all alone in the backfield, pumps, throws deep ball left. Look out here, down the sideline to the 6, into the end zone goes Maldonado. He had 3 steps on Malachi Daly, and he took advantage of it, and so did Hilliard's pass. And Tioga scores their first touchdown against Howe in Tioga since 1946.
Wow, just a vertical route downfield and just beat Daly on a foot race, and Hilliard with perfect touch. Put that right over the right shoulder of Maldonado as he walked to the end zone for the touchdown.
On for the PAT is Santoyo Pena. No, he's going to actually run around the right side. The holder tried to run it in, which is
there are flags
Babbitt. I'm sorry, Caroline. Go ahead.
They're flags.
Flags on, okay. So trying to go for 2 there, and unsuccessful.
Well, I think it was a bad snap, and then the holder had to take it and run with it, and they called offsides against Howe.
Sorry, I had gnats all over my board. I couldn't see. And now looks like
that's going to move the ball up.
And the regular offense will come out. So that was Hilliard to Maldonado on the touchdown, 40-yard touchdown. So Hilliard comes back on the field, going for 2 here, and he'll hand it off up the middle, a big bruising back, but he's not going to be able to get in. So Howe holds once again on a 2-point conversion. They've been very successful at that so far early in the season. 14-6, Howe in the lead, 10:48 left to go in quarter number 2. We'll be right back.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president. Not a joke. You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
Your hit roof and exterior scoring drive recap. 4 plays, 74 yards for Tioga. It was a Hilliard to Maldonado 40-yard touchdown strike where he just threw a beautiful over-the-shoulder catch to Maldonado, who outraced Malachi Daly down the sidelines. 14-6, our new score at Bulldog Field in Tioga. The Tech Wave kickoff is going to be deep to Cooper Jones, who takes it at the 9-yard line, trying to find somewhere to run down the near sideline, hit hard, knocked out of bounds, smashed out of bounds at the 26-yard line, and Howe will start there.
How are those gnats?
You know, I've swallowed about 50 or so.
Well, I could see them now, but you got to be short like me, so you're not. They're up here. You got to be short like me. Do you see them?
Is that what it is?
That's what it is. You're too tall.
Jake Roberts is about the same size. He should be swarmed too.
They're right above me.
Yeah. Howe's going to start at their own 26. They are getting a little bit lighter. I'm trying to kill. I've killed a lot on my sheet here.
Killed and eaten a lot?
I've eaten a lot of them. 2 receivers right side, Howe heading right to left. That's Jones and Daly over there. Murphy in the backfield, bounds to his left, hammed off bounds. Trying to run over right guard, right tackle, up to the 30. A gain of about 4. And if Howe can continue to just gain 4 at a time like that, they'll keep the Tioga offense off the field, and it'll keep that clock running and keep them driving down the field. Now, the clock is stopped at 10:30 for whatever reason.
Why is that?
I don't know why the clock is stopped.
Official looks like he's coming out to make a call. I didn't see a flag, though.
I think they're trying to work that clock situation out. The official's looking up at the press box. There should be, when Howe comes back to the line of scrimmage to start, it should be about 10:15 at least off on the clock. Right now it's at 10:30. I mean, at worst, 9:50 or so on the clock.
Do we have a clock issue?
Apparently we do have a clock issue.
I mean, like it's not working, I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah, because it should have been running this entire time. Howe started the drive at 10:48 on the clock. So 18 seconds ran off before it stopped. And they're going to have to maybe keep time on the field. That's unfortunate for us, for sure. I don't know that I've called many games where they've kept the time on the field. 2nd down and 7. 6.5 perhaps. Now the clock is rolling. That's convenient. And here's Murphy coming near side. He's got the 30. He's got the 40. Look out, being chased down. Finally drugged down across midfield into Tioga territory as Preston Koch makes the tackle. And Murphy's down for a moment. Now he gets up. Takes his helmet off for a second. But Howe lost about at least 30 seconds right there on that clock.
I don't know what the deal was.
And they never corrected it. The clock did run to 10:19. I'm assuming.
It's like it didn't start running until you snapped the ball on it.
That's weird.
When it was just that was right after the bounds run, wasn't it?
It was.
So the clock should have kept going. Now it's going.
21-yard run for
From what I
Murphy. Go ahead.
heard, they were having trouble with the play clock. For whatever the reason, that stopped our main clock, but they had issues with the play clock.
We're under 10 minutes now. Cooper Jones in at quarterback. Handoff to Knox Bounds. That'll be a first down run inside the 40 to the 36-yard line. We'll see what happens. Murphy on the sidelines, and now he'll come back in. 13-yard run for Knox Bounds.
Yeah, I think Murphy went out with something with his uniform, or
he might have had a helmet issue, I think.
Not an injury or anything. Just a handoff to Bounds, and Bounds gets some big gainer.
Daly split out wide left. Jones and Bo Stevens wide right. BU the H-back. Handoff Bounds. Right up the middle and stopped after a minimal gain on 1st and 10. Clock at 9:19. And hey, it's still running.
He's brought down by number 75.
It is, yes. See, Michael, is it Weimer?
Gain of 3 on the play.
Yeah, Michael Weimer into the game. He's had some pretty good blocks here. Some key blocks, opening some holes for Knox Bounds. Coming in at one of the guard positions.
8:53 and rolling.
It's like left guard, Michael Weimer is.
Murphy and Bounds together in the backfield. As this will be Murphy going to keep it over the right edge, bounces it out, now cuts it in just for a moment. A nice play on the far side by Anderson, who's doing double duty. And it's 8:30 on the clock. 14-6, Howe in the lead, and Howe's got a 3rd down and 4 coming up.
Well, this is 2-down territory for them. And again, you think about this game, they have not had to pass the ball hardly at all. It's been mostly on the ground.
Jones near side in the slot. Daly just bumped out right past him. 8:08 on the clock. Left-handed quarterback wants it. Hands off. Bounds left side. He's got a little bit of room. First down, and slammed down pretty hard at the 25 or 26. Very close to a first down, but apparently not enough, as now Bounds may be down. He was hit pretty hard.
He was. Hit right about his midsection when he got hit.
And an injury timeout has been called as they tend to Knox Bounds, who's not leaping anywhere right now. We're going to take a quick timeout, 14-6. Howe on top. We'll be right back.
Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All in Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All in Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Haven't bragged on Jake Roberts yet tonight. Boy, he can run that board. 4th and 1, big play here for the Dogs. They go in wild dog look. Bo Stevens, the only back. Riddle ready to snap it back to him. Do they try to draw him off sides? And now Stevens barks to the line of scrimmage. 17 on the play clock, which is not operating, so we don't know the time there. A high snap goes over the head of Stevens. He's going to be dropped for a big loss. That did not work out the way the Bulldogs intended, and Tioga will take over at their own 36-yard line.
I wonder if there's any issues with not having that play clock of knowing how much time is left. But yeah, that ball was a high snap. Stevens had nowhere to run as soon as that ball went back. So not only did he not get the first down, he lost yards.
I can tell you that the coaches here are having some issues with the timing of plays, and so I'm not 100% sure what's going on. But the coaches over on this side are not happy about the timing of plays, play clock and things like that.
Well, it certainly didn't work out in their favor there on that drive. Obviously, play clock issues. Hilliard throws out left, flag down. The pass is caught. Maldonado, and Howe says they have the football. Maldonado was looking around for it, but Howe comes up with the football there. But let's check the flag and see what that's about. The Bulldogs of Howe are running off the field.
It's a legal shift against the
and Howe has a turnover.
Yes, sir.
So right back, turnover on downs. And Andrew Harvey has the squat out there. As he was looking at his players, he's excited, and he went down in squat motion.
Well, turn the ball over, and then on downs, and get the ball right back in Howe territory. It was a quick pass, the left side. The ball was just knocked over, was stripped away from the receiver right in front of the Tioga bench.
Boy, Howe has looked pretty good so far.
Especially defensively. That's their second turnover of the night. Had an interception by Stoner, and then the fumble recovery.
The modern-day full house backfield, if you will, for a shotgun. Bounds and BU. This is going to be BU, I believe, inside the 40 to the 38. That might have been Bounds. I think it is Braden Ulmer.
Ulmer on the carry. He's brought down by number 52.
And as the clock hits 6:54, Ulmer picks up good yardage to the 43. No, that's wrong. Don't rely on the scoreboard. Never rely on the scoreboard. Ball at the 37-yard line. We're doing that tonight because we're at such a low plane of view in the bleachers. Bounds dots the I behind Murphy, gets the handoff here. Over left tackle, breaks it out for a moment. He's down the sidelines, 30, trying to make a move. Head bounces off of a defender and jumps back on the football as it was on the turf for a moment. And now a flag is down, and I'm wondering if they're going to get Bounds there for leading with his head into the defender. Let's hope not.
Man, what a great run by Bounds. Hopped one guy, followed his blocks very well, broke some tackles along the sidelines, and lost the ball at the very end. Hopped back on it. And what it holding?
Apparently so. A spot foul at the very end, it appears. So still it's not going to kill Howe on this penalty. It was 2nd down and 5. Bounds had clearly way enough for a first down of about 10 yards. And this may put them back at where they originally snapped the ball. Or not. They'll spot it at the 27-yard, 28-yard line, which will pick up the first down.
The good news is first down, just not
as far as they could have had it.
Yeah.
Probably could have had the balls at the 28. They could have had the 18, maybe.
Man, Knox Bounce had a great game running the ball.
6:06 on the clock. Murphy and Bounds. And this will be Murphy keeping it. He pulls it out of the gut of Bounds and dives over for a couple of yards. Had his feet taken out from under him by the big defensive lineman there. Hagan Cobb makes the stop. 5:45 on the clock.
Howe trying to bleed this clock. Their offense, kind of like against Commerce last week, their offense is their best defense, just keeping that Tioga offense on the sidelines. Keeping the ball on the ground and move the clock.
You mentioned the clock. It's at 5:25. 2nd down and 8 for Howe. Murphy, left-handed quarterback, hands off to Bounds, right side of the offensive line, pushes forward, and again, Bounds continues to just push forward and push forward.
And I talked about he's got just great vision. He sees his blocks really well. And then he's just a tough runner to bring down. And again, we talked about he's only a sophomore.
3rd and 4 coming up as the ball is spotted at the 22, a 3-yard gain by Bounds. Rarely does he lose yardage. Under 5 minutes now. 3 receivers near side. Garrett Rogers into the game for Cooper Jones. Handoff, near side. Bounds, cuts it, or is that Ulmer? Similar stature are those two.
They are.
And not enough for a first down as that's Bounds. Oh, it is enough for a first down. Again, we're almost field level in the bleachers. It's a much different vantage point. But enough for a first as they'll spot the ball inside the 20 at the 18, give Bounds 4 yards on that. As we're at the 4:15 mark here in Tioga, Texas at Bulldog Field. Thanks for joining us. 14-6, Howe in the lead. It's been a really good first half for the Bulldogs so far. Jones getting a breather on the near side, getting some Gatorade or whatever's in that thing. Here's Murphy cutting up the middle, dancing, still dancing. A really good run by Colin Murphy, who's going to be looking pretty good at homecoming after a dance like that.
Man, run that read option, fakes it and keeps himself, and he's getting more and more comfortable as he runs the ball each game.
And the award for the best dad joke of the season.
The best dad joke?
Funny.
Uh-oh, we're losing it.
With the dance like that, he'll be good at homecoming.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the dad joke. Yeah. I got you. It was so good I didn't even get it. Pitch out, near side. Ulmer brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Did not get the first down. It was 2nd down and 1. Yeah, I got some dad jokes.
He's brought down by number 52.
3rd and 1.
Evans, a loss on the plate.
As we hit the 3-minute mark in Tioga. Or no, not 3rd and 1. That's a loss on the play. So 3rd and 2 coming up. Ball spotted at the 10.
And under 3 minutes to go in the half, you can almost bleed this thing down to nothing.
You've got 2 plays here to try to pick up a first. Bounds to the right side of Murphy, and he'll get the carry over right guard, pushing his way, and I think he got enough for a first down at the 5-yard line. And Howe's going to have a 1st and goal at the 5 with 2:33 and rolling here before the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating halftime show.
How long is this? Well, okay, this drive started down in Tioga. It just feels like the Howe's had the ball for so long.
Howe has had it for right at 5 minutes.
Yeah. And then they gave the ball to Tioga for that one play, and they got it back. So it's just like they've had the ball most of the second quarter, it feels like.
Well, they've had it, since 10:48 except for one play. Murphy is going to carry it himself. Right side. And is he in? Yes, he is. It's touchdown time in Texas. Colin Murphy scores his first varsity touchdown ever on a 5-yard run on play number 9 of the drive.
Man, what a methodical drive, even though it's kind of broken up into two drives. But Murphy capping it with the 5-yard run on the quarterback keeper. Still playing time for Tioga.
The PAT by Johnny Garcia is good. 21-6. Howe in the lead. $1:56 left to go before half. We'll be right back.
You might know that State Farm agent Corey Hernandez has great service. Corey is your good neighbor after all. But did you know State Farm has surprisingly great rates too? That's right. State Farm agent Corey Hernandez is here to help you select the right protection at the right price. Corey will make sure you understand your State Farm coverages so you'll know what to expect if the unexpected happens. Call State Farm agent Corey Hernandez at 903-893-8400 or visit insurancequotetexoma.com. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I'm attorney Micah Belden. Call me now if you've been investigated, arrested, or charged with a crime in North Texas. My number is 903-744-4252. We'll set up a free consultation. You will find out that I'm rough, tough, and I can't get enough. I'm board certified in criminal law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization, Principal Office, Sherman, Texas. Visit my website at shermancriminallawyer.com.
A minute 56 remaining in the first half. Your hit, roof, and exterior scoring drive recap. 9 plays, 48 yards for Howe. Capped off by a 5-yard touchdown by Colin Murphy. The first ever varsity touchdown, passing, receiving, or running for Colin Murphy.
Wow.
And Howe leads 21-6. Garcia's tech wave kickoff is a low line drive kick. Going to go deep over the head. Oh, a one-handed catch at the goal line. Coming up the far side and bounced down pretty quickly. A nice job on the kick team by Howe to eliminate any return. As we saw a week ago, the kickoff team had big problems against all those athletes in Commerce.
And I wonder if that was the reason why they were kicking such short kicks early on, was to try to prevent a big return. That was a great catch by that kick returner.
It was an outstanding one-handed catch with the right arm, right paw. Just stuck his right paw out there.
He almost been better off letting it go because he got up to the 25-yard line. Instead, they're going to be setting up shop at the 20.
140. Excuse me. Sorry, a gnat got in the way again. 149 remaining in the first half. 3 receivers near side for Tioga. Black jerseys. Hilliard wants to fire. Throws it up. It's going to be incomplete, as his intended receiver was 6 foot, 175-pound junior Austin Norwood. We have yet to see Sam Mott for Tioga, and was a massive weapon for them a year ago against Howe. 6'5" receiver, 176 pounds, but nowhere to be seen tonight, nor do I think he played a week ago. Hilliard in the gun, drops back 3 steps, fires left side. That's going to be caught, I believe, by Maldonado over there. And that'll be a first down for Tioga and stops the clock at 140.
Tioga showing they're kind of working the sidelines here with their outside receivers so that they can step out of bounds and stop the clock if needed.
Spots the ball at the 32-yard line. 12-yard pass and catch from Hilliard to Maldonado. 3-step drop again. Hilliard looks across the middle, fires a deep ball over the middle. Maldonado almost hauls it in off the left paw. Can't do it, however. It falls incomplete, and Malachi Daly is hurt. Or is he just upset? Apparently,
I don't know.
I think he's got some sort of something there. He's holding his chest. He might have hit the turf on his shoulder, and that would be very bad news for the Howe Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Daly, I think, went down diving for Maldonado, and he might have jammed his shoulder into the turf. Ricky Ake going to check on him. 35th year with the Howe Bulldogs is Ricky Ake.
And as he was trying, he got up and tried to kind of tough it out, and the coach staff for Howe could tell he was in pain. Just told him to say, "Go down, just go down." And he went down the 48-yard line to stop the clock. Because guaranteed you, Tioga would have gone right back at him if he stayed on the field and knew he was injured.
They're still tending to him. At some point, we'll take a timeout, and nope. As soon as you say it, they pop right back up. I'm not sure if we'll see Malachi Daly the rest of the evening or not. Hopefully so. That's a big loss for Howe if not. But he's walking fine, but he is holding his shoulder pad. It was his left hand up in his shoulder pad. Now it's his left shoulder for sure. And hopefully it's not a collarbone issue. Jake Roberts, we had an injury earlier today. Talk about that.
Yeah, my brother played his first junior high game, and 2 plays in, he broke his wrist. So
ouch.
Sounds like Aaron Rodgers.
I know, that's what I said. I said he pulled an Aaron Rodgers.
1:34 on the clock here. Hilliard rolls out right, throws. Norwood goes in and out of his hands, incomplete. Typically the sure-handed receiver Norwood has now had 2 go astray from him. It stops the clock at 1:30. Tioga trailing Howe 21-6. 3rd down and 10 coming up.
Knox Bounds is in now for Daly, and he's got the assignment of guarding Maldonado on that far side. You got to wonder if Hilliard will try to go back at Maldonado, try and test the coverage skills of Knox Bounds.
So now against this air raid defense, your corners are both sophomores. Hilliard wants to pass, flushed out of the pocket, rolling near side. Thought about running, but Norwood makes the catch at the 41-yard line, escapes the tackle of Rodgers, and he'll have a first down at midfield or just shy of it. Clock stops at 1:17 momentarily as they move the chains, but now it continues. 1:13, 1:12. Pass out left side, and that's going to be Maldonado when the catch crosses the 50 to the 45, 40, and finally out of bounds after a first down catch to the 36-yard line. Another first down.
And Maldonado is their guy. He's the lead receiver on his team, came in with 288 yards, 96 yards per game. Came in tonight. He's their go-to guy.
Well, they're going to pick on the sophomore Knox Bounds over there for a while now that they know Malachi Daly is out. Clock at 1:03. It is stopped momentarily. Hilliard drops straight back, looking left, throws across the middle, going to be caught, spinning out of a tackle, leapfrogging away. Finally, Rodgers makes the tackle, but it's Slade Babbitt who makes the catch, and all of a sudden, Tioga under a minute is knocking on the door at the 14-yard line. They hurry to the line of scrimmage. Hilliard claps for it, low snap, he digs it out, rolls right. Ethan Mayo in his face, and he just heaves it out of bounds, and that stops the clock at 42 seconds.
Second down and 10.
Like I said, when they have big gainers, they try to go quickly, and that time they did. But they still got time. They got 42 seconds to go. They didn't really, I guess, trying to catch Howe sleeping. That time, the low snap kind of threw the timing off, and Hilliard had to throw that out of bounds. Gives them a chance to reset and get a play in.
Second down and 10, but maybe more importantly, 42 seconds on the clock. Ball at the 14, a swing out pass incomplete. Trying to hit Grubbs on the screen, and Hilliard, un-Hilliard-like, throws a bad pass at the feet of Grubbs. It's incomplete. 3rd down and 10 coming up.
Trying to lead Grubbs on that bubble screen and just let him a little bit too much. The ball's incomplete, stops the clock. Now it's 3rd down. I'm sure this is 2-down territory for them.
Jonathan Hernandez into the game for Tioga in the backfield. As Anderson going both ways, they do spell their backs quite a bit. 39 seconds on the clock. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Hilliard straight drop back. Looking across the middle, flushed out by Charlie Vera. Rolling way back to the 32-yard line. Still rolling right. Fires at the feet of Jonah Grubbs. And that falls incomplete. And it's 4th down and 10 with 31 seconds remaining before half. What do you do here, Justin White?
I say you try to get it in the hands of Maldonado. Try to throw it up up high and see if he can come down with a jump ball or maybe a slant across the middle. You got a chance. You can still get a first down. The ball's spotted at the 14-yard line. You need to get to the 4. So you can still get a first down and still not get a touchdown and get a fresh set of downs.
They're going to call a timeout and think about this one. We'll talk about it on the backside. 21-6, Howe in the lead. 31 seconds left to go before the half.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
Justin White, the situation is 4th down and 10 for Tioga. They're at the Howe 14-yard line. 31 seconds remaining before the half. If Howe is able to turn them away, this is an exclamation point on this first half for the Howe Bulldogs.
Especially with the way the defense has played. They've got 2 turnovers tonight. They've made Tioga work for everything they've got. You know, and Tioga kind of shot themselves in the foot. Again, like I said, with the turnovers, they've had some bad passes from Hilliard. But it seems like this drive, they've kind of started to get things moving here.
Well, it's a big play right here. Grab your socks and pull. 31 seconds, 4th down and 10 for Tioga from the Howe 14, and a timeout has been called by Howe. Let's talk about it. Are we good on spots, Jake? Are we kind of okay? Yeah. We're kind of okay.
A little chess match here between.
Let's bring Braswell. Let's bring Braswell in here to the conversation. Give us some updates on the stats as we have them.
Pulling it up.
Yep, I've got it now. So for right now, for the Howe Bulldogs, they have a total of 162 yards total, 137 rushing.
That's a good first half.
Yep,
it is.
26 yards receiving so far. So that's 2 passes completed.
How many does Bounds have?
Give me just 1 second.
He's looking.
Bounds has 35 yards.
Oh, man, it seems like he had more.
Seems like.
Yeah.
So here we go. 31 seconds. We're going to do it again. 21-6. Howe in the lead. 4th down and 10 for Tioga at the Howe 14-yard line. Big play right here. Trips to the left side. Norwood by himself at the bottom. Hilliard drops straight back. 9-step drop, setting up the screen. It's incomplete. Trying to hit his receiver over there, Slade Babbitt, and he was off target, and Howe will take over on downs and perhaps put the exclamation point on this first half.
Great stand by the defense. And they brought Jones in to pass rush, and he came through on the rush, but it was a screen pass and just a little bit off target except for Babbitt, because he get in the hands of Slade Babbitt, and he had some blockers ahead of him, some space ahead of him, and probably would have got the first down, maybe the touchdown.
Well, it's not like you can just take a knee here. Tioga has 2 timeouts in their pocket. But apparently they're going to do that and let them burn them. And they do take a knee. And Tioga may just be content to go to the house.
It's probably a good idea if they did that. Just let everybody go back and reset.
Apparently that's what's going to happen. The clock's still rolling. It's Howe, they took it over at the 14 just for my chart purposes. And they got to snap it. Nope. 2-1. That's the end of the first half. 21-6, Howe in the lead. A really good, solid first half for the Howe Bulldogs, Justin White.
Offensively and defensively, they held the ball almost that whole entire second quarter, and defensively got a good stand, some good momentum going to the locker room.
And it really started with the special teams, with the kick return by Cooper Jones, and that started the very first drive, and the very next play was a 40-yard touchdown. Mm-hmm. So if you're talking about, coaches love to talk about all 3 phases of the game. Well, the first half was the greatest representation of that so far in 2023.
Jason Garrett would be proud. All 3 phases of the game.
Yes, he would. All 3 phases.
Yes.
Hey, we have a welcome to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating halftime show. We have a good one for you. You're a great bandsman of the week and a great volleyball spotlight. we'll let you listen to that, and we'll catch you on the backside.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty!
You might know that State Farm agent Corey Hernandez has great service. Corey is your good neighbor after all. But did you know State Farm has surprisingly great rates too? That's right. State Farm agent Corey Hernandez is here to help you select the right protection at the right price. Corey will make sure you understand your State Farm coverages so you'll know what to expect if the unexpected happens. Call State Farm agent Corey Hernandez at 903-893-8400 or visit insurancequotetexoma.com. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Today's Bandsman of the Week is brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, a firefighter family-owned business. Call them at 903-819-9183. Now let's join Monty Walker with this week's Bandsman of the Week.
This week's Bandsman of the Week is Amarise Morris. She's a sophomore. How much different is your comfort level around here compared to this time last year?
Last year, it was kind of scary coming into high school because I didn't really know what I was going to go through. And I'd say it was about a 2 last year, and I'm at about a 7 this year, so it's grown quite a lot.
You're on the drum line. Is that something you've always wanted to do?
Oh, yeah. Ever since 5th grade and I saw our band perform, I was just infatuated with the drum line, and I just loved it ever since.
Quads. What is that?
The quads is the heaviest instrument in the entire band, and it is a set of 4 drums going from highest to lowest, and another drum called the spock in the middle, which is the highest pitched drum.
So you bought your own quads, is that what I understand?
Well, actually, my parents got it for me last year for Christmas, and it was something that I've been wanting for a while.
Now, you also play the duts. I have no idea what that is, but Miss Liz says you're very, very good at it.
Well, you don't actually play the duts as a vocal kind of play, I guess you would say. And instead of playing on the drums, I actually voice the duts. So I project and yell dut on the 4 counts before we come in.
Comfortable doing that right now?
Oh, yeah. It's pretty fun.
Let's do it.
Dut, 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 dut.
Now I know what the duts are. Okay, you have a twin sister and an older brother. Both are in the band. What's that like?
Well, my sister, she actually got flute quartet this year, and she's the 4th quartet member. And my brother is 2.5 years older than me, so he actually was one of the people who brought me into band, really. And he's practically the entire reason why I got into it. Is because I actually got to go to his rehearsals and watch the entire band perform, and I was just so hooked on it that I couldn't let go of it.
Your mom was taught by Miss Liss. You have quite the band legacy here in Howe as far as your family goes. Does your mom talk about the band days?
Oh, yeah. She's a total band nerd. She's always loved going to rehearsal and watching us march, and she constantly talks about, hey, I should get my trumpets out again and play with y'all in the stands and everything. But, she's never going to do that again. but she's always wanted to actually just be there and loves the fact that we're all musically inclined, just like she and my dad are. And we have a very musically inclined family. So the fact that we all made it into something that they did and that we love is something that she's very proud of.
Tell us about this year's performance.
This year's performance is starting out really good, actually. We got a huge head start compared to last year. Last year we were so far behind. And also, I feel like the music is a lot more exciting this year. It's a lot more like Howe. Instead of the slow like last year, we're more of a powerful, we do the faster songs better, and we have a lot more fun with it. And it's like a very exciting show this year.
Is this a band that can go to the place you don't talk about?
Oh, yeah. I remember my 8th grade year was the very first time I was in front ensemble. We made it to the place we don't talk about doing our Off the Rails show, and it was one of the best experiences I've had. And the Pride of Howe has always been one of, I guess, the best bands I've ever seen, honestly. And not just because I'm in it, but because the people and especially the band directors are some of the best people I've known. And the fact that they're the ones pushing us to go to that place is an honor, really.
That is your Bandsman of the Week, Amarise Morris.
Today's Bandsman of the Week is brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, a firefighter family-owned business. Call them at 903-819-9183. You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty!
Real estate is the key to building long-term wealth. Hi, I'm Dana Thornhill, a local Keller Williams realtor. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, I can help you. Call the Llama Realty Group. Call 903-821-6890 and ask us about our complimentary services. Opportunities in North Texas are growing quickly, and the Llama Realty Group can help you with all your real estate needs. Just like here at the stadium, execution is the name of the game. The Llama Realty Group gets the job done. Call 903-821-6890 today. Each Keller Williams office is independently owned and operated.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Let's join Monty Walker with the Lady Bulldog Spotlight.
This week's Lady Bulldog Spotlight is Madeline Douglas. Have you always gone to school here in Howe?
Yeah, for the majority of my school career, I have gone here, yes.
So where were you other than Howe?
I was at Sherman for a couple years, and as well as Dallas.
Oh, you're in a way better place than that. So favorite teacher of all time?
My favorite teacher would definitely have to be my kindergarten teacher, Miss Crane. She helped me through a lot, and even though that was a long time ago, I remember a lot about her very vividly.
I can't even remember yesterday. That's impressive. So favorite coach?
My favorite coach would definitely be Coach Anderson. She pushes us a lot, she pushes us to do better every day, and she really helps motivate us through everything we do.
Now, your dad played ball here at Howe High School. Any cool stories?
None in particular, but he does tell me a lot about how Coach Simmons used to be and how hard on them he used to be, and I think it's pretty interesting to learn about him then and how he is now.
I had him too. He was pretty tough at times. Favorite teacher currently at Howe High School?
My favorite teacher currently would probably have to be Miss Nail. She was a great English teacher. I really loved her, miss being in her class, and I love talking to her in the hallways.
You have no idea how many people say Miss Nail. That is incredible. What else do you participate in here at Howe High School?
I've been in ag for a couple years now, and I also participate in the tennis team. Tennis is a great sport to play. I really enjoy it, and as well as being in the agriculture area.
So unfortunately, you're going to miss the new tennis courts. Does that bum you out a little bit?
No, I mean, it does, but I'm glad that the coming up tennis players will be able to use that.
A big win at Leonard Tuesday night. This team seems a little different than in years past.
Yeah, it's completely different. We've been doing a lot better this year. I think our energy has grown a lot, and our team has bonded a lot more than years past as well.
Tell us about your role on the volleyball team.
I play defensive specialist, so I play in the back row. So anytime that my front row people need a break and I need to go in there and help them out, then I'm ready to go in.
Sam Switzler, head coach, thoughts?
I really do like Coach Switzler. I'm really glad she stepped in and became our head volleyball coach. She's a great motivator. She reminds me a lot of Coach Anderson as well. She's very fair, and she's been helping out our team a lot this year.
Senior leadership, what's your style?
I'm definitely more of a laid-back kind of person. I'm not always very out there or very vocal about much, but I do definitely on the sides. I try to encourage or talk to some of the underclassmen.
Do you think this is a playoff team?
I really do. I think that it's been a while since we've made playoffs, but I think this year, especially now just beating Leonard, that we are definitely going to make it to playoffs.
That is your Lady Bulldog Spotlight, Madeline Douglas.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrRedInsurance.com.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Now let's go back to the stadium with Caroline Slauson, Justin White, Jake Roberts, and Monty Walker.
We're back at the half, and you heard the Baker Air Conditioning Halftime Show there. In the spot, the commercial, we're in that Baker Air Conditioning Halftime Show, but the commercial there about Roger and I fighting over the air. Not need that tonight. We're in the bleachers, so there would be no arguments tonight. always need Baker air conditioning and heating, though, especially when it's hot like this. Let's go over the highlights real quick before Caroline takes over. I'm going to put her in the gnat nest over here in just a moment. Howe started with the football and got a great kick return by Cooper Jones that took it all the way to the 40-yard line of Howe. And on the very first offensive play for Howe, it was Braden Ulmer. And I think it's Braden Ulmer. Do I need to reset that? And this will be a handoff to Braden Ulmer. Coming near side, he's got the line of scrimmage. He's got more. Quit it. 10-5. Kiss him goodbye. It is touchdown time in Texas on play number 1 in Tioga. And that was a one-play 40-yard drive for Howe, which kicked off this football game. And the first half was absolutely brilliant for Howe. That was a 7-0 lead after the Garcia PAT. Left 11:44 on the clock. Tioga's first drive did nothing but end up back in the hands of Howe at the 31-yard line. They drove 11 plays, took nearly 6 minutes off the clock. That would have been amazing, 10 minutes. 6 minutes off the clock. It was capped off by a 2-yard touchdown and a tush push to Bo Stevens. Stevens is going to run left side, almost in touch, sneaks his way in. This time he didn't go straight to the middle. He found a crease on the left edge. No tush push there. 2-yard touchdown by Bo Stevens. 14-0 Howe in the lead at that point. Tioga's next possession ended on a fabulous interception. Hilliard looking across the middle, fires across the middle, intercepted at the 20-yard line. Coming near side, hammered down, but a great pick by Eli Stoner. That gave Howe the ball back at their own 31-yard line. They had to punt on that possession. And Tioga moved into the second quarter, drove 4 plays, 74 yards, and got on the board for the first time on a Hilliard pass to Maldonado. Snap back, Hilliard all alone in the backfield, pumps, throws deep ball left. Look out here, down the sideline to the 6, into the end zone goes Maldonado. He had 3 steps on Malachi Daly, and he took advantage of it, and so did Hilliard's pass. And Tioga scores their first touchdown against Howe in Tioga since 1946. That's a long time ago. That gave Howe the ball back after the 14-6 lead. 10:48 left to go in the second. Howe drove 7 plays but turned it over on downs, but got the ball right back on a fumble. So Howe took it at the 48-yard line of Tioga, drove 9 plays, 48 yards, took 5 minutes off the clock, a little bit more than 5 minutes, and scored on a 5-yard touchdown by the Murph. Murphy is going to carry it himself, right side, and is he in? Yes, he is. It's touchdown time in Texas. Colin Murphy scores his first varsity touchdown ever. So we think that he may have gone back and scored his sophomore year at Raines, but I think it was a defensive touchdown. We'll have to check the records there and get back to you. Tioga took it at their own 20-yard line and drove all the way to the 14, faced a 4th and 10 situation, and turned the ball over on downs. Howe only need the ball and went to the half with a 21-6 lead. That's where we're at. We got about 9.5 minutes before we return back to action. We'll switch the headphones over to Caroline Slauson, and we'll let her take the rest of the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating halftime show with Justin White.
Okay, we are back. Well, actually, we didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, we stayed right here.
Yeah, we're at Bulldog Field, Tioga, 6-21. The Bulldogs on top. Hey, no. It was funny because once we got that, I believe it was a false start penalty, and I was over there with Coach Simmons, and they said, penalty on the Bulldogs, and he got so upset. He was like, oh, wait, no, we're both Bulldogs here.
Which one?
Yeah. So we are going to talk about, what are your thoughts, Justin, on this first, I got to tell you, they are scrapping out there.
Like I said, we talk about it's getting a little chippy out there.
Yeah, they are going at each other every play, which I think is fine. I think that's what it's meant to be, and they're letting them play. They're not really.
And we haven't seen really personal fouls.
No, I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I did confirm that the play clocks are broken. At least one of them is. And so I think the confusion was some of the umps and referees were looking at one that worked and the others were not. And so they have shut those off.
I saw at one point where I saw as we were going to a timeout, I saw Coach Bryan kind of getting after one of the officials.
Yeah,
wondered it was kind of around that time with the clock issue.
Yeah. But yeah, your thoughts on the first half?
I thought the defense played well. We talked about the turnovers they had. They had a good stop there at the end to kind of give them some momentum. Offensively, not a lot of big plays offensively. They're just they're moving the ball just pretty steadily. I kind of worried a little bit about the second half, what adjustments Tioga is going to make on offense. They had a big play, the big throw down there to Maldonado, and so I wonder if they're going to try to still open things up and try to go, try to break things open downfield with a long play. So we'll see how that goes. They kind of got away from their ground game. I mean, they throw the ball in the Tioga throws the ball a lot anyways, but it seems like they've really got away from their ground game.
They just seem, being, y'all are a lot closer than y'all usually are, but being right next to them, they just seem slow. And I don't mean that mean at any.
Tioga?
Yeah, they just seem slower than maybe what I'm used to seeing. And with that being said, Howe doesn't look that fast either. I don't know if it's just the field or what, but.
Yeah, there may be a level of speed that's less than like Commerce.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Commerce
that's true.
Commerce is fast.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take a break. We'll be back with some scores around the area. We are at Bulldog Field in Tioga, 21-6. Howe at the lead in the half. We'll be back.
Online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, go Bulldogs. Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs. At Independent Financial, supporting our community is at the heart of what we do, which is why we are pleased to support the Howe Bulldogs. Investing in others and helping our neighbors thrive is what we do, and our friendly, knowledgeable banking team is rooting for you in your financial success. Whether you're saving for college, planning for your family's future, or working to grow your business, we'd love to help you accomplish your goals. Come see us at our location on South Denny or visit us at ifinancial.com. Go Bulldogs! We're cheering for a winning season. Member FDIC.
All right, we are back at Bulldog Field in Tioga, 21-6. Howe in the lead. We're going to talk about some scores around the area. Justin, if you want to go ahead, I know you've got some.
Okay. Hold on, Brad was telling me something.
Well, we've been looking at the Gunner Brock game that's happening in Gunner. Now that is a rematch of last year's 3A state championship where Gunner won. Currently, the score. I know what was the score, Justin? I know you had a.
It was like 35-6, I believe, was the
Gunner.
It's 35-6 Gunner lead.
In the lead on that one. Let's see. District obviously is still not playing. Denton Geyer and Prosper. Oh my God, there's a cricket. Okay. Denton. Sorry. Where was I? Denton Geyer and Prosper 9-17. Prosper winning at home.
Big top 10 matchup here. Anna is winning over Salina 23-9. That's in the third quarter.
Nice.
Pottsboro is up on Munster. That's in the fourth quarter, 28-7.
Leonard beating Trenton pretty good at home, 40-6. Start of the third quarter on that one. SNS in White tonight, 6-7.
Barn burner.
6-7. Yeah.
Caddo Mills up on Crum at the half. Or I'm sorry, Crum is up on Caddo Mills, 17-14.
Tom Bean winning at half, 20-7 against Como Picton.
Picton, yeah. Picton? McKinney big on Little Elm, 27-10. That's in the third quarter.
Denison, I believe it's homecoming for Denison. They are winning at half 24-21 over Greenville. And Pilot Point and Bells. Pilot Point, my phone just updated. They finally got their first points of the night. 48-7, the Panthers winning at home.
In District 8, Lone Oak trailing Grace Community out of Tyler 35-7. That's in the third quarter. Leonard up on Trenton 40-6. Blue Ridge and Wolf City tied at 21. That's in the third quarter. Bells up big on Pilot Point 48-7.
All right.
So, do we want to do stats quick? We have time. Do we have time for stats?
Yep.
I'll do some quick team stats that Braswell came up with. Tioga has 207 total yards, 3 rushes for 14 yards. So they only carried the ball 3 times that first half. 10 for 24 passing, 193 yards for a total, as I said, 207. Howe, 27 carries, 133 yards. Their passing was only 2 for 4 yards for 2 for 4 for 26 yards, total of 159 yards. So it's kind of two different total type of offenses, with Tioga throwing the ball for 193 yards and Howe running it for 133.
All right, we're getting ready for the second half. Do you want to take a break, Monty, or quick break? We'll take a quick break and be right back, literally right back with the second half. Just kidding, here he is.
Good job.
Hey, Caroline, how was the gnat nest? Yeah, you're shorter, so it didn't affect you as much. Actually, it's it's cricket night in Texas also. So maybe the gnats.
Is it cricket time in Texas?
Cricket time in Texas? Maybe the crickets eat gnats, perhaps? If crickets eat gnats, hey, I'm good. I'm good. It's not quite as bad as the night in Greenville. I don't know if I've told that story over the air, but in Greenville about 1998 or 99, before they have the new Cotton Ford Stadium, they had the old stadium, and the stadium lights were right on top of the bleachers. And we had the old open windows back in those days. In broadcasting with the windows open, those crickets around the lights would thank you, Erica Ingram. She just brought a cowbell helmet to me. If you haven't heard, those helmets are going very quickly. There's like 4 left or something like that. They're helmets, are Bulldog helmets with the emblem and everything on them, but they're also bells. So can you grab that for me? We'll see if it works. So contact the Howe Athletic Booster Club. And let's see. There we go. We're back to action. The kickoff is going to go deep. The Tech Wave kickoff going to be taken by Norwood. Up the left hash, trying to find room. Finally brought down at about the 23-yard line perhaps. Here, Justin, you can have look at that thing. It's got the Bulldog logo. That's a really awesome helmet.
Great helmet.
So contact the Howe Athletic Booster Club if you want your helmet bell.
How much are those?
Yeah, that's a good question. I got to Venmo it.
Okay.
I think it's HABC Bulldogs, at HABC Bulldogs on Venmo, I believe. Okay. Don't hold me to that. It's going to say Cassie Taylor, so it looks a little weird. Cassie's not getting the money. The Howe Athletic Booster Club gets the money. 21-6, we're back to action here in quarter number 3. As Tioga has it, Hilliard drops straight back about 9 steps, fires over the middle, and it's almost picked off. It goes in and out of the hands of the intended receiver and almost falls into the hands of, I believe that's Bo Stevens, but it falls incomplete. It'll be second down and 10 from the 24-yard line.
Here they go back quickly back to the well.
Hilliard's pass is incomplete left side. Maldonado, it goes sailing over his head and out of bounds. Clock stops at 11:43.
I tell you, now with those 2 passes, he's attempted 26 passes. I can't tell you, he's only completed 10, but there have been so many that have been off target or just drops.
He's thrown it at the feet of several receivers also, and that indicates pressure. Hilliard empty back, drops straight back, fires left side, incomplete again for Maldonado, and he undershot his receiver, and it's fourth down very quickly, only taking 10 seconds off this third quarter clock.
That time Gage Carr was kind of Bulldogs starting to bring a little pass rush and had to get rid of that maybe a little quicker than he wanted to. Threw it at the feet of the receiver, and a quick 3 and out forced by this Howe defense.
I believe that's Hilliard going to punt it away. Previously, it was Sam Mott, but we have not seen him. Hilliard's punt is a wobbly one. Going about shy of midfield, roll backwards towards Tioga, and finally touched and killed dead by Jake David. And Howe will have the ball in Tioga territory in pretty good field position at the 48.
Caroline, you had said during the halftime that Mott is out with an injury. Is that correct?
First and 10.
Oh.
Also out with an injury. We'll get back to Caroline. Oh, there she is.
Yes, I didn't confirm obviously what happened, but yes, he is out. He is over there, number 11.
Sam Mott.
We have another injury to talk about. Coach Simmons has got his arm around Malachi Davis, who is not going to play the rest of the evening.
Daly.
What did I say, Davis? I think it's the second or third time I've done that. Malachi Daly. Thank you for the correction here. Carolyn.
Hey. Carl, if you really want to.
Carl, yeah.
Yeah.
4 receivers to the near side for Howe on first down. From the Tioga 48-yard line, snap back to Murphy, wants to throw, screen pass out, caught by Jones, lowers his head, bulldogs his way down to the 42-yard line.
Looks like they want to get Jones involved. Didn't catch any pass, or I don't know if he maybe caught one pass, if at all, that first half. But that time, put 4 receivers out to the left, had 3 of them blocking. Jones got it on the quick pass and able to get up 4, maybe 6 yards on the carry.
Jones in the first half had some trouble keeping his nachos up, from what I understand. Coming back from the little layoff, football is a very quick sport. 10:57 on the clock. Of course, he had that knee injury, unable to really run. And Murphy's going to keep it left side, a big gaping hole for a moment. He's going to be finally wrestled and tackled by about 6 Tioga Bulldogs. Murphy, after the whistle, breaks out of it and still moves forward, but the whistle's blew, and that'll be a first down for Howe.
And get that read option, fakes it to Lomer or Bounds, and then just takes himself to the left side, gets enough for the first down. And Murphy had a couple of good runs here tonight.
Clock rolling at 10:25. As Bo Stevens will come wide to the left with Jones in the slot next to him. With Malachi Daly out, it's Garrett Rogers split wide right. Murphy again going to keep it up the middle, brought down at the 30. So a 4-yard gain by Murphy. That really gives them, another weapon back there. As Murphy, as you mentioned earlier, has really come into his own as a runner lately.
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying earlier, give credit to Coach Bryan, who's kind of saw that. Murphy's just going to be kind of a replacement for Jones till he come back and kind of realize, hey, Murphy can get in there and be quarterback, and we'll put Cooper Jones where he can be really productive as a receiver.
Eli Stoner split out wide to the far side. Handoff knocks Bounds. Left tackle, left guard, breaks out of a tackle. Can't escape one. Now finally does another one. Runs over a defender at the first down marker. A great run by Knox, leaps and bounds on a first down carry.
Really good run by Bounds. He kind of bounces off tacklers. And just the way he just kind of stands up right. It's just interesting in the way he runs and how he's able to.
I don't want to compare him to him. I don't want to compare him to Emmitt Smith, but he's the same style.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
3A Division II version.
It is.
Maybe a little bit lighter. 9:03 on the clock. Murphy to Bounds. Right side, a big gaping hole. Bounds, is he in?
He is.
That's a 20-yard touchdown run for Knox, leaps and bounds, and it's touchdown time in Texas. 8:54 on the clock in quarter number 2. Howe extends their lead to 27-6, awaiting this PAT.
Man, nice draw up the middle to Bounds and got some good blocks. Michael Weimer in there paving some way for making some holes there for Bounds, and Bounds with a big run, biggest of the night.
Garcia on for the PAT. Murphy to hold. Snaps back. It's on the ground. The kick is up, and the kick is good. 28-6. Wow. Howe in the lead. 8:54 left to go in quarter number 3.
Real estate is the key to building long-term wealth. Hi, I'm Dana Thornhill, a local Keller Williams realtor. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, I can help you. Call the Llama Realty Group. Call 903-821-6890 and ask us about our complimentary services. Opportunities in North Texas are growing quickly, and the Llama Realty Group can help you with all your real estate needs. Just like here at the stadium, execution is the name of the game. The Llama Realty Group gets the job done. Call 903-821-6890 today. Each Keller Williams office is independently owned and operated.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
8:54 on the clock, quarter number 3, 28-6. Howe in the lead over Tioga. Tioga did score their first touchdown in Tioga against Howe since 1946 earlier, but it's been all Howe tonight.
Yeah, doing what they want to offensively, especially running the ball. Had to hardly even pass the ball tonight.
Your hit roof and exterior scoring drive recap, 5 plays, 48 yards for the Howe Bulldogs, capped off by a 20-yard touchdown run by Knox Bounds. And your Tech Wave kickoff is going to be a high one, near side. Going to be taken by Maldonado at the 5-yard line. Runs across towards the other side of the field, up the left hash, and brought down around the 20-yard line. So a nice job again by the Howe kickoff team by holding the opponent deep in their own territory.
If you're Tioga, you almost need to try to run the ball just to keep the Howe offense off the field.
You know,
if you're Tioga,
Jones makes this offense way different. Just being on the field, even when he didn't make a catch in the first half, just the kind of the decoy presence, if you will.
Absolutely.
First and 10 for Tioga, left to right, and they jump a little bit early. On the front of that offensive line, Hagan Cobb, it appears, jumped a little bit early, and Tioga will go back 5 yards to the 15.
But it's like games like this that you can use to kind of iron some things out and get ready for district.
They'll actually spot it at the 17. Here's a reverse to Norwood from one side of the field to the other. A lot of running room, and he's fast, and no one's going to catch Norwood. To the 30, to the 20, he is gone. Turns around and kind of mocks the defender who was chasing him, which was Colin Murphy. But Norwood goes 83 yards for the score.
A reverse, and Coach Bryan is seeing something. He saw something he didn't like, and he's letting the officials know about it. He's saying, I can hear him, he's saying personal foul. Maybe a blindside block of some type?
Well, it could be celebration as he mocked Murphy as he turned around there.
Yeah, definitely.
Austin Norwood with the biggest play of the night for the Tioga Bulldogs for sure. 8:29 on the clock. As they score on their second play, here is Hilliard flushed out of the pocket, throwing left, intercepted 3 yards deep in the end zone on the far side, and down quickly at the 15-yard line. I'm not sure who came up with the interception just yet. But again, is that Murphy or Stoner?
I thought it was Stoner.
It is Eli Stoner on the pick. He's had a really big game.
Red interception.
Howe's going to have the ball when we come back. 8:29 on the clock, 28-12. The Howe Bulldogs lead. We'll be back.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
At Independent Financial, supporting our community is at the heart of what we do, which is why we are pleased to support the Howe Bulldogs. Investing in others and helping our neighbors thrive is what we do, and our friendly, knowledgeable banking team is rooting for you in your financial success. Whether you're saving for college, planning for your family's future, or working to grow your business, we'd love to help you accomplish your goals. Come see us at our location on South Denny or visit us at ifinancial.com. Go Bulldogs! We're cheering for a winning season. Member FDIC.
Watch for the onside here, and now Tioga will spread it out.
Guys, I did talk to some people on the sideline. Sorry, I'm waiting on this.
The Tech Wave kickoff will get right back to you. Low line drive kick right at Cooper Jones at the 21-yard line, or 16-yard line, running near side. Down the sideline, still going to the 38-yard line there. Go ahead, our Knight Furniture sideline reporter.
And Coach Bryan was upset about the taunting that was happening after the play. I was down on the complete other end of the field, so I didn't see it, but apparently he did look back at, I don't know who it was.
I think it was Murphy. Austin Norwood looked back at Murphy.
He's still talking to him about it.
And you raise a great point, and Coach Bryan was all after the officials during that entire break. And, generally he's down there with the special teams, getting them ready for kickoff and kickoff return during that situation. Well, he was still jawing with the officials, and that's where a great assistant coach comes in. Winston Moss, without batting an eye, jumped in there and took over and had the dogs ready. And here they start at the 42-yard line of their own. 8:23 on the clock. Murphy and company out on the field. Here's a handoff to Knox Bounds over right guard, running right behind Large Marge for about 6 yards. Shy of midfield to the 46-yard line, so give him 4 on the carry.
And you're right, though. Coach Bryan, he was not going to let that go. He was not letting that go lightly, at least.
Coaches giving the play calls into the huddle, and now they break the huddle. Michael Riddle walks to the line of scrimmage. We're under 8 minutes left to go in the third. Howe up 28-12. Bounds to the left of Murphy with one receiver either side. Murphy's going to pull it out of the gut of Bounds, coming near side, got some room. 45-40. Kind of tiptoes his way into a defender, and a nice, really long first down run to the 30 of Tioga.
So, guys, during the half, I got a chance to talk to Colin's parents about their son and now being a quarterback and how maybe that has changed their way about the season. His dad, Brad, said no change at all. Mom says she does worry a little more now.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, you're right, just having another weapon like that in the backfield. And he's getting more confident in his runs. The defense is having to account for him as well as Knox Bounds. And you're just seeing more and more weapons develop on this offense for Howe.
2 receivers to the right, including Garrett Rogers. And this is going to be Murphy again, who kept it up the middle, pulled it out of the gut of Bounds, and that has been the quarterback read option that we saw Haley do so much over the past 2 years really, but more so last year than in previous years. And Murphy's going to gain 3 to set up a 2nd down and 7 with 6:40 on the clock.
Gain of 3 on the play.
And I don't see him right now. Yeah, Cooper Jones is still on the sidelines right now. Not in the game.
Bounds to the right side this time of Murphy, as now we're avoiding crickets. Handoff to Bounds, initially going left, now cuts it out right, back to left. A good run by Bounds to about the 22-yard line.
You got the handoff, was balled up on the right side, kind of bounced over to the left. You got a couple extra yards out of it. Bring up 3rd down and 1. About the 23-yard line.
You got 2 plays here, Justin White.
I say keep giving it back to Bounds. Let him get you the first down. Don't try to get cute with it, any kind of a jet sweep or anything like that. Just give it to Bounds. Let him plow his way for the first down.
Cooper Jones back into the game as a slot receiver. On the left side, a pitch. That's what you didn't want. That's BU on the pitch. But this time he has a big seam down the sidelines to the 3. He's in. It's touchdown time in Texas.
Do exactly what I don't say. They got cute with it, and it paid off. It got in the hands of BU. We hadn't seen a lot of him tonight. Gets that pitch around the left side, broke off a couple of tackles, bounced off a couple of guys, and into the end zone for his first touchdown of the night.
Wow, that was a nice run by BU to bounce it out in traffic again.
But we have a flag.
Oh, no.
On the far side of the field, I didn't see it.
Ruh-roh.
Was it a hold? Is that what?
I think it was a hold. So wipe that off the board. The beautiful run by Braden Ulmer. Spot foul will place the ball. Well, it's still going to be, Howe's going to be in great shape. He's going to walk it off from the 4. So apparently the hold took place at the 4. Maybe not. Now the officials, the offensive coordinator, Justin Graham, has got his palms in the air and said, what are you doing?
I don't think they know what they're doing.
The officials for tonight, Scott Carroll, the referee. The umpire is Eric Reynolds. The back judge, Greg Davis. The line judge, Monty Hadnett, and it is spelled M-O-N-T-E, so he must be a really cool guy. Head line judge is Daryl Ogletree. The field judge, James Johnson III, and the side judge, Hunter Wagner. And Howe will have the ball at the, what is that, Jake Roberts? Is that?
Looks like the
18?
Yeah.
17.
I think 17.
Yeah, 17.
We'll wipe off the score. It's 1st and 10 for Howe from the 17-yard line of Tioga. Handoff. Coming near side is Knox Bounds. Another flag comes down at the end of this play in the backfield. And that is actually Braden Ulmer on the carry. 5:16 on the clock.
I think another holding against Howe.
Well, maybe they didn't like what Coach Bryan was saying to them after the taunting call. There's been 2 penalties back-to-back here. One wiped off a touchdown a moment ago. It was a 22-yard touchdown by Braden Ulmer. 5:16 on the clock. And again, they're having play clock issues, keeping time on the field as far as play clock. The scoreboard clock seems to be working just fine, and it's running now at 5:11.
Yeah, the play clock on both ends is not working.
How about these crickets up at the lights?
Yeah, I know. So you said something about crickets. It's like they heard your story.
Yeah. That's quite a show they're putting on by the stadium lights up there. First down and 20 for Howe. Hand off to Knox Bounds. Bounces out of a tackle. Going to be tackled for a loss, I think. And Bounds is down again. He had his feet and legs taken out from under him.
Knox Bounds on the carry. He's brought down by number 7, Jay.
And he is not getting up. And he looks to be in some agony on the field. We're going to take a quick timeout. Hopefully, when we come back, Mr. Bounds will pop right back up. We'll be back right after this.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrEdInsurance.com.
Got hail? Get hit. Help your home and your community at the same time. Hit Roof and Exteriors has been on the job locally since 2012. Hail damage, wind damage, roof leaks, exterior paint and siding, replace it or repair it, we've got you covered. Hit Roof and Exteriors has been building solid roofs all across North Texas for over 11 years. We will work with your insurance company or your budget to get your home happy again. For a free estimate or inspection, call 972-977-1523. Hit Roof and Exteriors. Got hail? Get hit.
Bounds comes limping off the sideline. They were looking at his right knee. He's still walking off the sideline and not needing any help from any coaches. He's walking on his own, but he is really gingerly walking on that, putting pressure on the right knee. So we'll see who comes in. And
I think Cade Dunn's come in.
So Dunn will stand to the right side of Murphy with two receivers to the right, and Cooper Jones split out by himself to the left, wide left. And now a flag comes in.
Flags all over the field.
And this is going to be a false start against Howe. This has been really a disastrous last 3 or 4 plays.
I said, it was pretty good there for a little while, and then these last 3 or 4 plays they just started falling apart and moving backwards. It's now second down, and scoreboard says second down 26.
We've been on this play for a very long time. This is the 5th play of the drive. It seems like 11 or 12. Murphy's going to drop back and throw left side, deep ball looking for Jones, who makes the catch at the 10-yard line. Brought down immediately, but right at the sticks. It could be a first down. And Jones is down.
Wow, what a catch by Cooper Jones.
Right, he went up for it and brought it out of the sky like he does so often.
That was a good throw there by Murphy as well.
What?
So
they're still down.
They're still working on Jones. There's 4:03 on the clock now. And that was a remarkable catch inside the 5 at the 4. And Howe will have 1st and 10 now. First and goal from the 4. But they're still tending to Jones. Let's take a quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this. 28-12, Howe in the lead.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrRedInsurance.com.
Hi, this is Nino Foles.
And I'm Tyler Grisham. We're the only Bulldogs that ever rushed for over 3,000 yards.
Well, I could have had 5,000 in that slot T that y'all did.
I'd had 6,000 if I were 6'8", 220.
Hey now, both you guys were amazing. Let's just leave it at that.
All I know is that I bet we can agree that Sonic of Howe has great food and big smiles.
Well, it's not just good. It's Sonic good. Hey, Monty, how many yards did you have?
Wow.
Grish, let's go get a Sonic Blast and let me tell you how we beat Pilot Point.
You didn't go 3 rounds though, huh?
Jeez, guys.
Jones gets up off the turf. We're hoping that's cramps. He's walking like it might be cramps. And raises his left arm in the air with the number 1 up, so I think he's going to be okay. But boy, he's
trying to get back into game shape.
He's walking like Herman Munster.
He's walking on his heels.
3:57 as Howe has a 1st and goal from the 6. Caden Dunn now in the backfield. Cooper Jones and Knox Bounds out due to injury. Murphy trying to skip and dance a little bit. Coming near side and escapes a defender at the 2-yard line. He's in. It's the Murphy zone, and it's touchdown time in Texas. Murphy on a 6-yard quarterback keeper puts Howe on the board again, 34-12 with 3:40 here in the 3rd.
Murphy's not doing such a good job of reading the defense and knowing when to keep it and knowing when to hand off. And when he keeps it, he's doing just a great job of avoiding tackles, sidestepping guys. Just a great job of running the ball when he has it in his hands. And that's the second touchdown of the night.
Garcia on for the PAT, off the ground, it's up and it's good. 35-12, Howe in the lead, 3:40 left to go in the third. We'll be back right after this.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president. Not a joke. You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
In a moment, we'll check down with Caroline Slauson to get the update on Cooper Jones. Right now, it's 35-12, Howe in the lead at Tioga. Colin Murphy just scored on a 6-yard quarterback keeper, which capped off a hit roof and exterior 6-play, 58-yard drive that took almost 5 minutes off the clock, even though it was 5 plays. And it's 35-12. The Tech Wave kickoff is in the air. It's a low line drive kick going right to Maldonado, who flips it over to another runner down the sidelines. Look at it, he's got a lot of room and speed, and that's Austin Norwood. They're trying to get it in Norwood's hands. He's got a lot of speed. Let's check down with our Night Furniture sideline reporter, Caroline Slauson.
Yeah, guys, Cooper came off the field laughing because his teammates were laughing at him. He said that both of his legs cramped up, and he is still stretching them out, and actually he may be out in the game now, but seems that he'll get them fixed and go back out.
Well, with a 35-12 lead, you want to make sure he's going to be healthy for the district stretch for sure. S&S next week at home. It's homecoming. Hopefully the dancing man, Colin Murphy, will be dancing again. Here's a handoff up the middle, and that's a big run, and that's going to go to the house. My goodness. Jonathan Hernandez on the first play from the line of scrimmage goes 54 yards, and all of a sudden, watch out, because Tioga is starting to stretch things out a little bit.
Man, where's Jonathan Hernandez been for Tioga? I mean, just a draw play right up the middle, and like everybody was standing still, and Tioga is refusing to go away in this game.
Again, going for 2. Hilliard draws Howe off sides. A bad snap. He's going to have to pick it up and roll backwards and just heave it in the end zone, going up for it and coming down with it for the 2-point conversion on the far side, I believe, is Maldonado. And it appeared like Hilliard was just trying to throw it away out of bounds, and it was a jump ball in the back corner.
Yeah, threw him off sides. It was a free play, but it was a bad snap, and just heaved it up, and Maldonado came down with it.
This game is a long way from being over. 35-20, 3:22 left to go in the third. We'll be back.
If you're a small business owner in Howe, Texas, think about everything you need to help your business succeed. You need a plan, happy customers, and an insurance agent that gets you. My name is Corey Hernandez, and I run a State Farm agency. Because I'm a small business owner myself, I understand the unique needs of local business owners. My office and I will make it easy to choose the right protection for you at the right price. Call State Farm agent Corey Hernandez at 903-893-8400 or visit InsuranceQuoteXHoma.com for your small business needs today.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
Well, Cooper Jones is back deep to return this kick, so maybe he's not done for the night. He and Braden Ulmer. And here's a little squib kick to the near side. Trying to get on the football is Tioga. No indication yet. And it is... The officials have not made a ruling. We know where the ball's going to be, but we don't know who has recovered. Both teams pointing in their directions, but still the officials have not made a ruling. And now they're going to huddle up and discuss this.
It happened right in front of the Howe bench. It went 10 yards.
I thought it went out of bounds.
It was right on the edge out of bounds.
And I wonder if that's what they're disputing.
Go ahead, Caroline.
That's what Coach Bryan is saying, that it did go out of bounds.
They had to bring the officials huddle in. It was right in front of the Howe bench. They had to bring it out a little bit to get away from the Howe coaching staff.
Yeah, it was right on the Howe sideline. I think Lance Bryan was right there, right in front of him. And he's pointing that it should go Howe's way.
I think this is about to go to Tioga, guys.
All right, here we go.
Maybe not.
So Large Marge is putting on the hat, so apparently Howe's got the football.
Okay.
So Howe will have it at their own 46. That was a crucial moment in this football game right there. If you're not paying attention, that could have had huge implications.
Wow. Especially for a Tioga team that refuses to go away, and now we got a flag. Unsportsmanlike conduct against Tioga.
Well, that's the one Lance Bryan wanted for the taunting. Maybe maybe they finally realized their error and said, okay, well, next time anything happens, we got one to pay you back.
Yeah.
And maybe that was payback.
Makeup call.
Yeah.
And I guess it's against probably the head coach, the sideline maybe.
Against our Bulldogs.
Because they didn't like that call on the onside.
I hope we're not premature in this call.
Yeah, I think it was against the coach. I'm just not 100% sure which one.
Or was it a sideline warning? They're not moving the football. It's still at the 46-yard line.
I saw a flag come out.
Yeah, it was.
Al's going to have to really hurry here. Clock's ticking on the play clock, and they didn't know it. So they have to hustle to the line of scrimmage just to get this play off. Jones is trying to hurry as fast as he can to get out there with his cramped up ankle or calves, and here's Dunn quickly around the right edge, and he'll gain a couple. As Dunn has the quickness of all of the backs, it's Dunn that has the really, the quick breaking speed.
Yeah, he's got kind of change of pace back and just a scat back type thing. Just tries to get around that edge, only gets a yard in the play. So I guess, they called I saw a flag come out, but they never moved the ball. So I guess maybe just a warning, a sideline warning maybe.
35-20, Howe in the lead, 2:49 left to go here in quarter number 3. 2 men in the backfield along with Murphy. And now whistles before this gets underway, and Howe's called a timeout. We'll take 1-2 real quick, 30 seconds. We'll be back right after this.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
You were talking about Caden Dunn being a change-up style of back. Imagine, if you will, Knox Bounds being your Ezekiel Elliott.
Exactly.
And then Caden Dunn being your Tony Pollard.
Absolutely.
I think that's kind of that'll paint the picture a little bit.
Yes, that's great comparison. Coach Graham was offensive coordinator for Howe, was upset at, I don't know if it's Murphy or just the offense on that last timeout.
2nd down and 9, maybe 8 for Howe. Murphy wants to throw. Now he's going to scramble around the right edge, trying to find the far corner. And apparently a big hit or something over there. We can't really see exactly what happened, but it made the black jerseys on the far sideline very happy. Murphy's going to gain 4 yards to set up a 3rd and 5 at the 49-yard line on the Tioga side of the field.
There's something in the stadium. You can almost feel that Tioga is starting to feel like they're gaining some momentum. They're not out of this game yet, and maybe the bad call they felt like on this near sideline, it just kind of reinvigorated them. There's something.
Do y'all hear that? I thought that was a train coming. That's their fans stomping on this.
Handoff to Dunn up the middle, flag down, and so is Dunn at the 46-yard line, but check the flag. It's at the line of scrimmage. Howe's got to clean this up if they want to close this sucker out.
I shouldn't have said anything about them looking slow at halftime.
My goodness.
That's a long third quarter, too.
It really is. 3rd down and what was 5 will now be much further than that on the holding call. We'll take it back to the 39-yard line, so a 10-yard mark off.
Okay, this is Cooper Jones territory. Throw it up to him. Let him make a play on a jump ball downfield.
3rd down and 15 for Howe. 2 receivers right, 1 at the bottom. Murphy wants to throw quickly. This is your jump ball for Jones. He gets his feet tangled up, but there's a flag down.
He wanted something.
He got his feet tangled up with the defender, Caden Downing, or perhaps James Culp. They were both covering Jones.
They knew it was coming. They knew a jump ball was going to go down to Jones.
And it was right at the 1st down marker. So that would be huge for Howe, a new set of downs.
That's the goal, is to get up to Jones, let him see if he can go for the rebound, or get a pass interference, a PI called, and I think they're going to get that. Which will be a 15-yard penalty and an automatic 1st down.
That's a big, large play. Larger than large Marge.
At this point, definitely.
1st down and 10 for Howe at the Tioga 41-yard line.
Kind of hope that maybe breaks the will of this Tioga defense, because they kind of felt like they were about to get a stop and get the ball back. Now Howe can maybe lean back on that offensive line, that running game they've been successful with tonight. 1:27
left to go in this very long 3rd quarter. 2 receivers bump out to the right side. Knox bounce back in the game. That's very good to see. And he will get the carry on his first play back into the game. And he'll gain perhaps 3 yards, close to the 41-yard line. Ball was spotted at the 44. I might have told you wrong. Again, our vantage point is right on top of the field, so it's kind of hard to see. We don't have that upper look over the field like we normally do.
Bulldogs going to try to bleed some clock here. 3rd quarter.
2nd down and 7, under a minute left to go in the 3rd. 3 receivers come near side, 4 if you include the H-back Ulmer. Murphy rolls that way, tucks it, he's just going to run. He intended to run, and a flag is down in the backfield. And this game's getting kind of sloppy, and Murphy has his palms to the sky. He's not happy about something.
Holy against Howe.
Rarely do you see Murphy upset about much of anything at any time. But either someone did something to him after the play or said something to him, but he was not real happy about that. And he's got to not be real happy about this penalty either. It's going to move them back on the Howe side at the 49-yard line. Howe just can't get out of their own way in the 3rd quarter. And the injuries have not helped. For moments have gone without Knox Bounds, have gone without Cooper Jones. You really can't get to the 4th quarter fast enough if you're the Howe Bulldogs.
Justin Graham just kind of told the offense, just kind of stop, kind of slow down, let's hold up. And I think they're going to see if this thing will go down. I don't know what the play clock is. The game clock is at 19 seconds.
The play clock has been stuck at 17 since midway through the 1st quarter. Howe's going to call a timeout whenever they can. If they can get this clock down to, or maybe they're not even going to call a timeout. If they can let it go, they'll let it go. And apparently they knew how much was on the play clock. And that's the end of the third quarter. Thank goodness it's over.
Wow.
Let's go to the fourth. Howe up 35-20. We'll be right back.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
You might know that State Farm agent Corey Hernandez has great service. Corey is your good neighbor after all. But did you know State Farm has surprisingly great rates too? That's right. State Farm agent Corey Hernandez is here to help you select the right protection at the right price. Corey will make sure you understand your State Farm coverages so you'll know what to expect if the unexpected happens. Call State Farm agent Corey Hernandez at 903-893-8400 or visit insurancequotetexoma.com. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
As good as the first half was, the third quarter was not that good for Howe. 2nd and 17 for the Bulldogs as they flip the field, now going left to right towards the north end zone. Murphy is going to cut it up over the left guard, and the ball's on the turf. And Tioga, on the very first play of the fourth quarter, turns the field around and will have the ball in Howe territory, just on the other side of midfield at the 48-yard line. The ball was stripped away from Murphy.
There's quarterback keeper. Murphy had it. A defender held him up, and the other one stripped it away. And I believe Jonah Grubbs, the Tioga Bulldog, to recover it. And this is exactly what you did not need is a Tioga Bulldog offense that was starting to gain some momentum and has been able to score in the last two possessions at ease.
Hilliard with 2 men in the backfield. Drops straight back, looking left, flushed out of the pocket, now rolling right, still looking down the field, and is going to be run out of bounds after a minimal gain of about 2 or 3, maybe even 1.
Well, I think they were trying to go for a home run downfield to Maldonado. It was pretty well covered by Jeremiah Thornton.
2nd down and 11. Quick pass right side and caught by Norwood. Escapes a defender on the far side. Finally pushed out of bounds. Might be a first down. And it will be a first down as Tioga reaches the 40 and just inside to about the 38. Quickly down the field. Here is Hernandez on the left side. Again, he squirts through. His second carry of the night is his second touchdown of the night. And Howe has a 35-26 lead all of a sudden.
They went quickly, and they went quickly after the pass, and Hernandez just got the draw play up the middle and caught the Howe Bulldog defense napping and basically standing still almost. Hernandez was shot out of a cannon, and we got a ball game on our hands, guys.
Set up by the fumble by Murphy. And 2 plays later, here we are. Here's the PAT, and it is good by Santoyo Pena, and we have a 35-27 game in Tioga. 11:32 left to go in the game. We'll be right back.
I'm attorney Micah Belden. Call me now if you've been investigated, arrested, or charged with a crime in North Texas. My number is 903-744-4252. We'll set up a free consultation. You will find out that I'm rough, tough, and I can't get enough. I'm board certified in criminal law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization, Principal Office, Sherman, Texas. Visit my website at shermancriminallawyer.com.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
Your hit roof and exterior scoring drive recap for Tioga. 2 plays, 49 yards. And it took, about 20 seconds, 24 seconds off the clock. It was another Jonathan Hernandez touchdown. This one a 36 variety. Tech Wave kickoff's going to go to Cooper Jones as he fields it over his head at about the 3-yard line, cuts it up the right hash now towards the middle of the field, slams over a defender, and goes down about the 22-yard line. He really popped Jake David as he lowered his shoulder, and now Jones got up slowly for a moment, but now it looks like he's fine. And Howe will set up shop deep in their own territory at about the 24-yard line.
Well,
control the clock.
Are you worried yet?
A little bit. Control the clock, punch it in. You do that, you'll be okay. Take care of the football, control the clock.
No penalties.
No penalties, no turnovers. Yeah, the third quarter was very sloppy in the penalty game. And the injury bug as well. Jones is walking out near side. He'll be split out wide, past the in between the hash and the numbers. Out past him is Eli Stoner. 2 men in the backfield, and Knox Bounds gets the carry over left tackle up to the 25-yard line. You know, I was going off the scoreboard again, and again, you can't watch the scoreboard. They had the ball spotted at the 24, and, well, apparently maybe that was right. So a 2-yard gain takes it to the 26. Again, it's hard to see our angles here from our vantage point. Jones again split out wide right, 10:50 on the clock. Murphy's going to keep it up the gut, and a flag is down late.
I see a holding. Call a holding again.
My goodness. Well,
holding against Howe.
This is not good, fellas and young ladies.
You're going backwards, and you're giving this defense for Tioga more confidence.
Let's check down with Caroline Slauson. This is not going in the right direction.
Yeah, guys, it's very the feeling of chaos is here on the sideline. Just got to slow down, calm down, get back to what we were doing in the first half, and we're still up. We're good.
Is it still kind of chippy down there?
Oh yeah.
So now the ball's back at the 16-yard line, and here we are again with a 2nd down and 20. As good as the first half was, as bad as the second half is, and here's Murphy running over left guard, gets back to the original line of scrimmage, perhaps.
That's how they put Jones in motion, faked it to him, and Murphy ran it up back to almost near the original line of scrimmage, about, maybe yards short, 3rd and 11. You're going to have to probably throw the ball. Maybe Cooper Jones territory again. Throw the ball up to him, see if he can get it.
27-yard line is where the ball rests. Is that right? Or is it the 23? It's a 23. Murphy looks like he's going to throw, rolls right, left-handed quarterback, flares it out to BU, looking for a block down the sidelines, 1st down and more. Look out, makes a move on a man at midfield, spinning out of a tackle at the 38-yard line and down in Tioga territory. Another beautiful 1st down.
Man, roll to his right. Again, he's a left-handed quarterback. Rolling to his right is Murphy. Dumps it off to Ulmer in the flats, and just a good job after the catch to get down to Tioga territory.
Get the ball in that young man's hands.
It seemed like he hasn't touched it enough tonight.
Man, when he has the ball in his hands, special things happen. Ball at the 35. Now in Tioga territory. That's the best thing that's happened to Howe in 30 minutes. And now a bad snap rolls past Murphy. It's on the turf, and he gets it. And Howe goes backwards to the 46-yard line. So 11-yard loss on the bad snap.
Howe keeps just shooting himself in the foot with the penalties and the
just mistakes in the second half.
Bad plays, yes.
I wonder if they were very confident at halftime.
Me and Stephen Braswell talked about that earlier. Brad said it's like Howe kind of felt like they had this game won. It was 28-6 at one point.
It's not that anymore. 35-27. Howe still in the lead, but have not played well here lately at all in the second half. Handoff to Bounds. No, Murphy kept it up the middle. Escaping out of tackles, finally brought down, wrestled down by the secondary after he made his way to the 40-yard line. And that'll set up a 3rd and long. Jeremiah Thornton checks in.
And Murphy with a tough run, but it's kind of one of those runs where he kind of held on the ball. They had him stood up. The officials hadn't blown a whistle yet, and it's to the point where you just got to give up. And he's trying to get extra yards. Luckily, he didn't get that ball stripped away from him.
They'll spot it at the 39. Howe's got a 3rd and 14 situation here. 7:26 on the clock. Moving left to right, the all white jerseys with black numbers, black helmets. Tioga with black jerseys, white pants, white helmets. 3 receivers go left side for Howe. Jones is a little bit confused, or Ulmer was confused for a moment, looking at Murphy. They're still talking to each other. The ball is snapped. Murphy rolling out left under pressure, throws it across the middle. It's incomplete, as Ulmer was the intended receiver, but it would have only been a minimal gain of about 3 anyway had he made the catch. It'll be 4th down and 14 with exactly 7 minutes left to go in this game.
Man, that was a dangerous pass, too. He went to his left, saw Ulmer probably at the corner of his eye, and threw an ill-advised pass in the middle of traffic, and Ulmer had to come back for it. Almost had to play defensive back just to knock that away to keep a Tioga player from intercepting it.
Justin Graham really upset as there was confusion with the receivers on the far side. They were still discussing their routes with each other as the ball was snapped, and Jones goes back to punt this football, but it's a fake punt. Ulmer cuts it up, and he's going to gain a few yards. Not enough, nearly enough, anywhere close enough for a 1st down, as they needed 14. He got 3. A nice idea on that side of the field.
Yeah, I'm okay with the call. Just Tioga sniffed it out. Ulmer was the up back. He took the snap, tried to get around the right side, the right edge, and Tioga was waiting for it. I believe Jonah Groves made the tackle, and now this potent Tioga offense is back on the field.
You didn't get what you wanted in the points, but you did get about 5.5 minutes sucked off the clock.
The problem is Tioga can score at about 30 seconds to a minute.
That's a fact. Ball at the 37 is where Tioga will start heading towards the south.
Key in on Hernandez. Find him.
Right now he's at the left side of Hilliard, who dropped straight back, thought about the screen to Maldonado, said no, and finally fires it almost in the bleachers. He had Maldonado wide open in the screen, and now a little scuffle on the far side. It's in the area of Charlie Vera and Ethan Mayo and a couple of Tioga defenders. The flag was thrown, a little, perhaps extracurricular activity there after the play.
Yeah, the guys were going at it a little bit after the whistle was thrown. The ball had already been thrown.
It's going to go against Howe.
Wow.
Or is it offsetting?
I thought, it looked like it was offsetting because it looked like a Howe player pushed, and then the Tioga guy just tried to tackle him. So I think offsetting.
Well, the ball did not move. Again, it rests at the 37-yard line. Hilliard wants it. He's going to turn and hand to Hernandez. Look out here. He's hit hard by the linebacker, Bo Stevens. And that will be a minimal gain to the 40, so 3 yards for Hernandez, not 36 like we've been accustomed to.
Riddle came in with a late hit on Hernandez.
Is that what it is, a late hit?
I think so. I don't think it was intentional. I think he was just trying to get Hernandez down, his momentum. Riddle's a big guy. That momentum just took him right into the back of Hernandez. It's a late hit, and that's going to be a 15-yarder.
That's not good.
See, this is what happens when the first half we're letting him play. And now it seems that maybe that has changed.
Ball now at the 45-yard line of Howe. Norwood goes in motion. They hand it to him, trying to get, it's a halfback pass as he fires it down the field. Caught by Maldonado at the 15. Strolls down to the 5 before he's finally tackled there. And Tioga looking to get in the end zone and possibly tie the game with a 2-point conversion.
Man, they're utilizing all their weapons. Norwood on the jet sweep, got it, went to the outside, and then Maldonado and threw a perfect pass down to Maldonado, who got behind the coverage.
Ball at the 7-yard line. Tioga knocking on the door. A quick pass out left side, caught over the head, a nice catch, and into the end zone for the touchdown goes Slade Babbitt. And all of a sudden, Tioga is within 2 points of the Bulldogs, the Howe Bulldogs.
Wow. What a comeback.
Going for the 2-point conversion. A man is late on the field is Dorfinghouse. He does get off the field. Thankfully, he's very fast. Man comes in motion from right to left. That's Jonah Grubb. And here's a quick pass in the end zone. Caught by Grubbs into the end zone. We have a tie football game. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. 6:19 left to go in the game, and Tioga has come all the way back to tie the football game at 35. We'll be right back right after this.
No one wants to talk about losing a love.
I thought there was a flag on the play. There's still players on the field. Hold up a second.
It looked like holding on Tioga.
Well, that would be pretty monumental.
I wonder
so
erase that.
And I wonder if it's holding like on those outside receivers. They try to throw a quick screen pass. If it was one of those receivers out there blocking, they would call for a hold.
So this changes everything. Ball now will rest at the 13 for the 2-point conversion. This is not automatic, as so the others. Anderson back into the game next to Hilliard, who wants to throw. Straight drop back, looking left, flushed out of the pocket. Now he's going to try to run for it. Coming left side, still tries to throw deep in the end zone, caught in the back corner of the end zone. Was he past the line of scrimmage?
I don't think so. They're not calling it.
Oh, no, they called it.
They're not calling it past the line of scrimmage.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
That was Norwood who caught it in the back of the end zone. And the game, once again, is tied.
We do have a flag that was just thrown over here on the 15-yard line, over by Tioga sideline.
It's a sideline warning or perhaps a penalty.
Against Howe.
When he threw it, number 7 was right next to him. Now, I'm not saying it was on him, but that was the only player in proximity.
30-second timeout, 35-35, 6:19 left to go. We'll be back.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
How much time did you say it took them to score earlier, Justin?
30 seconds, a minute.
24 seconds on that drive.
Wow.
Your hit, roof, and exterior scoring drive recap, 5 plays, 63 yards, took 24 seconds off the clock. And Tioga ties the game with the 2-point conversion, even though they were pushed back to the 13-yard line on a penalty.
At 8:59 in the third quarter, it was 28-6. Since then, it's been, let's see, what am I?
Math.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it real quick.
Dadgum math.
29-7. Tioga since the 8:59 point in the third quarter. It's like their offense just has come alive for Tioga.
Well,
and the penalties.
Let's talk about the loss of Malachi Daly.
Yeah.
I mean, you're starting to find out what an impact Malachi Daly has to this team, perhaps.
Absolutely.
6:19 on the clock. And this will be a little pooch kick. Going to be taken on the far side, hit hard, hammered down. But Howe's going to have fairly good field position at around the 43 as Eli Stoner makes the catch, and he was popped. Normally Stoner's the one delivering the pop, but he got popped that time.
Again, it's like there's momentum on Tioga's side, and Howe has got kind of a deer in the headlights look right now. I mean, it's just like they can't believe this is happening. They thought they had the game won. Like I said, again, it was 28-6 in the third quarter at one point.
The offense comes back out on the field with 6:16 left to go in the game. The ideal thing here is to drive it methodically down the field, take maybe all of this time, and get points out of it. Wouldn't it be ideal if Garcia banged it through with about a second left or so? Murphy, handoff, knocks bounds, near side, breaks through, had a gap for a moment, past midfield to the 49-yard line.
Yeah, one receiver out, and then about 10 almost in the box, daring Colin Murphy to throw it. Instead they hand off to Bounds. Bounds gets a good 7-yard gain out of that one.
Howell's going to milk the clock. I saw the play clock come on for a moment, but it's back at 17 and stuck there. Jones split out wide to the left. Eli Stoner will go past him now on the far side. Murphy calling for it. And he's going to keep it up the middle, breaking through a seam. First down run, still going. Murphy to the 31. Man. What a run by Colin Murphy.
Just dancing his way through the Tioga defense.
He's going to look good at the homecoming dance.
Man, he is just high-stepping it almost.
You like that, Caroline? I get a nod.
Murphy, the quarterback keeper, just up the middle, and yeah, just kind of dancing over tackles, moving his feet.
Boy, the Howe Bulldogs needed that spark.
They really did.
That was a huge run by Murphy, and no penalties. Bounds to the left side of Murphy now. Under 5 minutes left to go in the game. 3 receivers near side, including BU. Handoff, knocks bounds, cuts it up to the right side. He's got the 23-yard line, close to a first down. He was heading near side on a jet sweep type of run and then found a crease up the right hash.
Yeah, I think he's supposed to go around the right tackle, but instead saw a seam, cut back, and shot through that hole for a nice 8-yard gain.
Bounds is starting to rack up some yards, Stephen Braswell. Ball at the 23. And now you're talking about a situation where you don't want to move too quickly.
You got to find that sweet spot.
2 receivers left. Bounce to the right side of Murphy. Murphy's going to keep it. Right guard behind Large Marge. First down run to the 17-yard line. 6-yard carry.
Manuel Molina, the nose tackle for Tioga, got in the backfield, and I thought he had keyed in on Murphy, but Murphy used his wheels to get past him and get the first down.
Tioga has all 3 timeouts remaining. Howe has 2. We're under 4 minutes. 3:50 to be exact. Clock rolling.
Yeah. Monty, Knox Bounds right now is 18 rushes for 85 yards and 1 touchdown.
It's about what he had last week.
Stoner and Cooper. Jones split out wide left. BU, the H-back, knocks bounds right beside Murphy. Just to his right, they're milking the clock, which is at 3:24. Snap back to Murphy. Hand off to Bounds at the line of scrimmage. Somehow he escapes through. It's still fighting for yardage. He'll get 2 yards perhaps when I thought he was going to be met for maybe a loss.
I noticed with the play clock not working, they're looking at the sidelines, looking at Coach Graham, and Justin Graham will point to Murphy to tell him to snap the ball, trying to bleed as much time as they can off that clock with the play clock not working.
Under 3 minutes. 2:50. Stoner split out wide right. Cooper Jones in the slot. Murphy will keep it again over right tackle. Bouncing it out to the right side. Lowers his shoulders and runs out of bounds, or is carried out of bounds by the Tioga Bulldogs, but a good 7 or 8 yard run by Murphy. I'm telling you, that young man has played his heart out.
I'm kind of curious how many Murphy has whenever you get a chance, Braswell. And that clock, they pushed him out of bounds, but the official said he kind of kept the clock going.
Is that a good thing? It might be.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. He's trying to take as much time as he can.
Ball at the 9 yard line officially, as it was a 7 yard run by Murphy. Under 2 minutes left to go in the game. We're well within Johnny Garcia range here. 3 receivers right. 1 man in the backfield is Knox bounds. Murphy barking, trying to get him to draw off sides. It's 3rd down and 1, and Howe calls a timeout with 1:43 left to go in the game. Game's tied 35-35. How we doing on spots?
We're doing pretty good.
I think Braswell, you can tell us the stat here real quick.
Yeah, Colin Murphy so far, 22 rushes, 119 yards,
Wow.
and 2 touchdowns.
All earned.
Oh, man.
Well earned.
Wow. And, I mean, he's been slippery. He's gotten better, we've seen through the games, at just, like, weaving in between the defenders.
That's 5.4 yards a carry. Wow.
The Murph. The big game tonight. Boy, what a game.
If they miss this here, if they don't get this, do they go for it on 4th down, or do you kick the field goal?
That is a great question.
I'll say let's not answer that till it happens.
Oh.
Only because I don't want to answer it right now.
That may get you to your final timeout on that decision. Maybe they're talking about that right now so they don't have to burn it.
They can go quick.
Johnny Garcia is on the sidelines here, ready to go.
I say you do kick it.
Howe comes to the line of scrimmage in the wild dog. Cooper Jones is the wild dog. 3rd down and 1. They break from the backfield. Jones wants it, gets it, pushes forward. Not sure he got it. I'm not sure he got it. He got back to the line of scrimmage. What you worry about there is Jones was anticipating the snap and moving forward before the ball was snapped. Technically, that could be called.
Yeah, and then he bumped into, was that maybe Charlie Vera, who was lined up at H-back as an extra blocker, and he ran into the back of him. That kind of slowed him down for just a second.
I think you're going to see your regular offense into the game here, not the wild dog, as Stoner checks into the game. And Knox Bounds checks into the game. It's 4th and 1.
Not wild dog and not your field goal unit either.
If you got long socks on, you need them right now. Pull them up. Here we go. 3 receivers out wide to the left, including Bo Stevens. They draw. They drew Tioga off sides. They went across the line. No! They're going to call Howe on a false start.
And Coach Bryan blood pressure's about to go up.
The officials are going to talk about this. Coach Bryan is pretty upset because Tioga had crossed the line of scrimmage, and then they threw the flag very late, killed the play, and then they called offsides against Howe. And that's your call. False start, rather. Oh, my goodness. Now you bring in Garcia, do you not?
I would think you would, yeah.
Garcia's got his helmet on. He's running on the field. This will set up what amounts to be a 32-yard field goal thereabouts.
Knox Bounds trying to get
Ethan Mayo gives Johnny Garcia a low 5, and it's a 31-yard field goal attempt from the right hash. Murphy to hold. Tioga jumping up and down. Garcia's kick is blocked at the line of scrimmage. A scramble for it at the 13-yard line. Tioga has it and will turn Howe the other way. A blocked 31-yard field goal by Garcia as he slams both hands on his helmet and rips his helmet off and comes off the sideline. And Tioga will have a chance to win the game with 39 seconds remaining, and their drives lately have been 24 seconds.
And it's just, Tioga's just playing with their hair on fire this second half. I mean, just playing out of their minds.
Now you have to pray for overtime.
Keep everything in front of you if you're the Howe defense. Don't let anybody get behind you.
Ball at the 14. Quick pass out right side. In and out of the hands of Austin Norwood. They're trying to get it to their speedster over there. And that'll bring up second down and 10. Takes 3 seconds off the clock. 36 seconds on the clock. Tioga heading right to left from our vantage point towards the south end zone.
They got 3 timeouts left. Tioga does. Howe has only 1.
They come back to the line of scrimmage, sending 2 receivers bunched together on the near side. This will be a handoff to Hernandez, who will gain a couple of yards, and you know a timeout's coming here. Ball will be spotted at the 19. However, they're not calling a timeout. Clock rolling at 23 seconds. 22, Hilliard will spike it. And the clock will stop at 20 seconds, and it'll be third down.
No, this is going to be fourth down.
That'll be fourth down.
That was third down. So they spiked it on third down, right?
Yeah, that has to be right because there was an yes.
Fourth down. So now you've got to punt it with 20 seconds to go. You got 20 seconds to go. You're about to punt the ball from your own 19.
Why did they not call a timeout?
What in the world?
That's going to be bad clock management by Tioga. So now you'll punt from their own territory, a good field position, possibly a good return.
You know, if you're Tioga, you may be thinking, get this game into overtime because we have clear momentum and we can score just about at will. So they may be content with getting to overtime. But that's a strange call to spike the ball on third down.
You had 3 timeouts there.
They had tons of timeouts in their pocket.
I wonder if he was just trying to go quickly and just said, let me stop the clock, and forgot about, hey, it's going to be third down. That's your last down. So now you got a chance to flip it and get the ball back deep in Tioga territory. And Tioga better hope for a clean snap on the punt.
Hilliard's back to punt. He'll stand at his own 6-yard line.
And Cooper Jones back to return it. He's been a good returner. Man, this thing could turn quickly.
Watch for a fake. There's still 4th and 5. Snap is back. Hilliard will punt it away. It's a wobbly backwards end-over-end kick that's going to bounce at the 45. Jones is going to try to pick it up. It gets away from him. He sidesteps a defender. Up the far hash, tries to hurdle a defender, but he's hit in midair and goes down at the 39-yard line. Let's hope the ball didn't come out.
I don't think it did. That was a pretty good punt. That was a good punt by Tioga.
So now do they just kneel it down and
I don't think Murphy's got the arm to get it to.
But do you think he has the arm to get it to a field goal range?
Can you get it in the hands of Braden Ulmer?
Yeah, you could, but that's a lot of territory to make up. You're spotted at your own 40. Where are they spotted? That 40-yard line. You got 60 yards to go in 9 seconds.
What do you think field goal range is? Where do you think they need to get to set up Garcia?
Probably about the 20.
Yeah, it's probably about 30 yards is about his range.
Riddle breaks the huddle with 9 seconds left to go in the game. Tied 35-35.
You go deep to Cooper, get him another jump ball.
Murphy in the gun, knocks Bounds to his right. Handoff to Bounds up the middle, a lot of running room to the left side. That may run out the clock. There's 2 seconds left as Bounds goes out of bounds and a late flag comes in on the sidelines on the far side. 2 seconds left at the 42-yard line is Howe, but if they get a 15-yarder here, That's huge.
That brings you out to the 27. He's out at the 42.
That'll give you a jump ball opportunity.
That will. Tioga defense was kind of playing back, and it gave a lot of room for Knox Bounds to run it. And then after the late hit, yeah, that's going to bring it down to the 27. And you're right, Monty, 2 seconds left. That's long enough for Murphy to get it down a jump ball in the end zone.
A timeout's been called by Howe, and they are waving their arms to the home crowd, which responds.
What a game.
We did not anticipate this kind of finish at halftime, did we not?
Third quarter, we didn't anticipate this kind of finish.
Garcia ran onto the field at the timeout. I'm not sure. He's in the huddle right now. I'm not sure if they're thinking about considering a kick here.
Surely not. I mean, that's going to be a
what would that
27. That'd be.
They're patting him. They're patting him on the head.
I think they're going to give him a chance.
Oh my goodness, y'all! I
So
can't handle it. Too old for this.
To be about a 45-yard field goal from the left hash, which would be a school record.
Oh boy. This could be
2 seconds left. They'll spot it at the 44, still a school record, which is 42 yards held by an old broadcaster.
This could be dangerous.
From the left hash, Garcia. It's on the ground. It goes through Murphy's hands. He scrambles away, fires it down the field. The pass is complete, but the regulation is over. Garcia does not get a chance to break the school record, and this game is going to overtime.
That looked dangerous at first.
Wow. It wasn't a clean snap or a clean hold. And so Murphy is running for his life.
Hey guys, I don't have an overtime sheet.
Okay.
I'm not sure what I'm going to do with my chart here, but I did a 6 overtime game last year. I believe it was Aubrey and Center.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, you and
And yeah, that was interesting. Hopefully, we don't have that situation tonight.
Didn't we have an overtime with Bell against Bells a couple of years ago?
I believe that's right.
Yeah.
This is where the Blizzard really earns his money because he knows all the overtime rules and things like that.
This is my first overtime.
Well, I think each team starts at the 25, and each team has a chance to score.
So it's college rules?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And so in the third overtime.
Well, it's interesting to see which direction they're going to go. As here's the coin toss, well, they'll figure out which direction and who's going to get the ball. The coaches are at midfield. Players aren't doing this one. Howe wants to use the north end zone, which there's not much of a wind, but if there is any, it is blowing towards the south, which means that Tioga would have to throw into the wind. Even though there's not much, any advantage you can get, you'll take.
Hey, Monty, isn't it coincidental that we talked about overtime last week on the way home?
We sure did. We certainly did.
What, did y'all had an overtime game or what?
No, we was discussing overtime rules.
Oh, yeah. So Howe will get the ball first.
So if Howe scores, Tioga will have a chance also to score, but if Howe scores via touchdown, Tioga also has to answer with a touchdown.
Yes.
If Howe kicks a field goal, Tioga can win on a touchdown.
Yes.
Ball will start at the 25. Everybody having fun?
This is great.
I can't breathe. Could you tell me those overtime one more time? I had you down. We each get a chance.
Yeah, each team gets a chance.
Each team gets a chance. This is a big moment for Howe for the season, getting this kind of experience. Snap back, and Murphy's going to keep it up the middle, hammered down after 2 or 3 yards to the 22-yard line.
He got hit hard by Manuel Molina, the nose tackle. But they kind of go back to the well again. Murphy having a great night tonight running the ball. Gets 3 on that play.
Got to pick up a first down. Don't forget at the 15-yard line, and it's 2nd down and 7. You got to get points here. Bo Stevens will come as a tight end on the right side. Ulmer, the H-back, handoff to Knox Bounds, breaks through for a minute, may have the first down, close to it inside the 15-yard line. That will be a first down to the 14. Great run by Bounds and even better blocking on the left side of the offensive line. 8-yard run.
Living over there behind Luciano Vasquez. Michael Weimer was in there. He's been in there some of the game tonight.
Yeah, Weimer's had a really good game.
He's over at that left guard spot.
Murphy and Bounds will stand 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Murphy's going to keep it up the middle, squirting through to the 10-yard line. 4-yard run by the Murph. How desperately now Luciano Vasquez is going to have to check off the field with a helmet issue. That's not great news. Dylan Patterson will check in, at least for one play. Get that helmet fixed, young man. Maybe it ripped off, and he has to step out of play because the helmet came off.
It did.
Patterson will go in and left tackle. Vasquez plays.
Ball at the 10, 2nd down and 6. We're in overtime. Howe on their first possession, moving left to right towards the north end zone. We'll all be going that way from here on out. Jones split out wide right. He's not even covered really. Handoff Bounds met at the line of scrimmage. Might have lost a yard to the 11-yard line. Jones had 2 defenders well on his inside. If he ran a fade route, it was undefendable.
Caden Maldonado came down from the safety spot. Came slicing through the defense, able to take down Bounds.
3rd down and 7 for Howe. If you get into a situation on a 3rd and 3 or longer, I would imagine Garcia is going to have his 3rd attempt here recently, but one's been blocked and he's had a bad snap. 3rd down and 7. Murphy wants it, gets it. He's going to keep it up the middle. Squirts through on the right side. He's got close to a first down to about the 3-yard line. Michael Weimer is extremely happy as Howe has a 1st and goal from the 2.
He kept that, but he could have given it to Bounds. Because Bounds had a lot of room on the left side. Either way.
They'll call it the 3. And it's an 8-yard run by Murphy, putting the entire team on his shoulders tonight. 3 receivers right. They spread them out on the right side from the middle of the field. Handoff Bounds. Shot out of a cannon. It's touchdown time in Texas. Howe takes the lead in overtime. 41-35 awaiting the PAT.
They're going to go for 1. They're going to go for the extra point. Howe kind of went back to the line quickly after that first down and gave it right to Bounds, and Bounds just straight away, nobody touched him, pushed his way to the end zone for the touchdown.
From the middle of the field, Murphy to hold. Garcia for the PAT. Shakes his shoulders. The kick is up, off the ground, through the uprights and good. Howe with a 42-35 lead in overtime. Wow, Justin White. We're going to keep it here.
Wow, right. Man, what a game.
Your hit, roof, and exterior scoring drive recap. I'm losing my voice. Too many gnats down my throat. 6 plays, 25 yards.
You're right. Now Murphy put that drive on his shoulders. A little bit of bounce in there for a couple of plays, but it was the Murph zone, the Murph drive.
42-35, Howe leads in overtime. A 3-yard touchdown by Knox Bounds. Man alive. And now, cue the Darth Vader music as Hilliard and company comes on the field.
Man, this Tioga offense has been cooking this second half.
Hilliard points out to the right side of the offensive line. 2 receivers to either side. This will be a handoff to Hernandez, hit in the backfield. That's a great play by the defensive lineman. Cooper Jones makes the stop. That's a loss. Or at least maybe back to the line of scrimmage to the 25-yard line.
Jones, such a great guy, a player on offense, but defensively at defensive end, he does a good job of making tackles.
Hilliard looks to the sidelines for the play. Hernandez stands to his right. Austin Norwood split out wide right, and now what do we have there?
I think they're telling the band to stop playing. They're telling the band stop playing during the. That's odd. They're not letting the band play during the opposing band play during the other team's offensive possessions.
2nd down and 10. That's tacky. Hilliard drops back to pass, fires left side in and out of the hands of Maldonado. Incomplete. Great coverage on the far side by Garrett Rogers. If you listen to the flux capacitor, there was a game on this date many years ago that his grandfather, Tommy Robertson, made a touchdown on this day.
Against Calipers, wasn't it? I think.
What was it?
I think it was against Calipers, wasn't it?
It might have been. Hernandez will switch sides out of the backfield, now lines up as a slot. Empty back. 3 receivers near side, 2 to the far. Hilliard back to pass, straight drop back, looking, firing into the end zone, incomplete. And now a flag is down in the secondary at about the 4-yard line.
Maldonado wanted to pass interference, and he got it, I think, from the back judge.
The ball was way over the head of the receivers, and that's what Andrew Harvey is saying. But Howe's going to get called for a pass interference, and that will be an automatic first down for Tioga.
A holding call, but regardless, it was holding.
Oh, it was a holding.
But either way, holding against Howe, so it's still going to be a first down. Just not a 15-yarder.
Defensive holding.
Yes.
So that'll take the ball to the 15. And a new set of downs. That's Howe had them right where they wanted them.
Man, bailed them out.
Hilliard, 3 receivers right. Maldonado up top. Handoff Hernandez, left side, bouncing it out, trying to find the corner. A great tackle on the edge. And I believe on the tackle,
I think that was Gage Carr.
It was Gage Carr.
Gage Carr with a great shoestring tackle on Hernandez.
2nd down and 7. Ball at the 12. Hilliard fakes the hand, throws it out to Maldonado down the sideline. He's got inside the 5, which I believe is going to be another first down, and it is. It'll be 1st and goal from inside the 5. Howe up by 7. We're in overtime. The first overtime. Hilliard wants it. Handoff to Hernandez up the middle. He's in. Touchdown Tioga. An extra point will tie it. A 2-point conversion will win it.
Are they saying there's a player down?
It's a Howe player down.
Okay.
Right in the end zone. Caroline, do you have a look maybe who that is?
I do not.
Well, Ricky Ake is going to attend to him.
Is a touchdown.
So when this doesn't work well for Howe, the injury, because it gives Tioga a chance. It's like a free timeout. It allows them to be able to figure out, are they going to try to tie it, or are they going to go for 2, which they've generally gone for 2 all night long.
Yeah.
You would imagine they're going to go for 2 and try to win the game.
You would think. Well, this gives them a chance to talk about it at least and then get them a good play set up.
The injured Bulldog is making his way off the turf.
It's Cooper.
And that's Cooper Jones. and he'll have to leave on this play.
Kind of guy you don't want to leave on this.
This is the biggest play of the entire night, and Cooper Jones will be on the sidelines.
Unless you call a timeout.
Howe's going to call a timeout.
Well,
are they not? Andrew Harvey was signaling timeout. And now he's not. They're going to let him go ahead and play.
Harvey won a timeout. Coach Bryan had to signal one.
They want a timeout. Harvey has called a timeout.
Okay.
And Howe, if they can get Cooper Jones back into the game, they now have the opportunity to do so.
Well, and I think it's to either try to get Jones back in, but also
see how they were lining up.
Yeah, see how they line up, get their defense set up. It's kind of a chess match out there.
Michael Riddle making his way to the defensive huddle. I'm not sure he's going to check in or not, but Cooper Jones is.
Cooper looked like his elbow or something was bothering him. And got a good drink of water, and then I think he's going to go back in.
Boy, this is a moment now. This is a moment. This is why you run all those sprints and you do all those squats and you do all those reps. You say stuff like that about playoffs.
Yeah.
But this is a big moment. I know it's game four, but this creates an identity of your football team.
Yeah. Something that'll carry over next week and into district.
So here we go, all the marbles. Tioga will try to win the game.
Oh, wow, here we go.
Going for two, trailing 42-41. And now Tioga will call a timeout, and chess match played number 2. Who's going to take the queen?
We've got a great game.
Tioga,
Unfortunately, I had 2 or 3.
they used that timeout earlier with the injury timeout. They kind of had 2 timeouts, if you will.
Yeah, they did get the extra timeout thanks to Jones' injury.
Yeah, but you get one.
And Howe actually, Jones' injury cost Howe 2 timeouts.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it cost them one of Tioga's. It gave them a free timeout for Tioga, and it cost Howe 1 timeout to get him back on the field.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. It's interesting to see if they decide the fact they're thinking about going for 2. You're at home. You've got home field advantage if that's such a thing. Do you try to keep playing for overtime until you have to go for 2?
Speaking of playing, hey, can the band play during these timeouts?
Yeah, I guess.
Fire it up down there. Paint it black.
Let's do it. I've never heard that. Where the official said the band can't play.
We had that at.
I will tell you that Angela said that had never happened to her before.
Well, that happened last year in the playoffs.
Wow.
South Oak Cliff.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Here we go. Who's going to take the queen? Hilliard is going to fake the hand, throw it out, batted away by Gage Carr. And Howe has won in Tioga, 42-41. Gage Carr knocked it down with his right paw. The play of the night goes to Gage Carr, but this game was won on the back of Colin Murphy.
Gage Carr saw it coming. Hilliard went to his left side, and Carr read it all the way. And as soon as the ball came out of Hilliard's hands, Carr able to club it down.
There's an injured Howe Bulldog at the goal line. Some of the players are running to him in one of the greatest Howe Bulldogs football games of all time, Justin White.
Wow. A comeback, a valiant comeback by Tioga. And let's watch this. We don't usually watch these handshakes, but it's been kind of, we talked about how chippy and how tense it's been on the field.
So you got to turn on the victory light last time.
Correct.
Caroline, come up here. Come up here real quick. Come on, let's go. The players are shaking hands in one of the greatest games in Howe Bulldog history. 42-41, it's over. In overtime.
It looks like the handshake, everything's normal, everything's good, all love.
So Caroline is making her way up here. We need you to talk to Colin Murphy tonight. Braswell is is tallying up. Go ahead, turn on that victory light, Caroline Slauson. It is on.
Light it up.
Light it up.
Wow.
How about that? The Howe Bulldogs are jumping all over themselves, as they should be. They were up really 28 to 6 with 8:54 left to go in the third, and Tioga came storming back with their great offense. But when it came down to it, the Howe Bulldogs put it away, and you can think this is a team effort. Johnny Garcia, Colin Murphy, Braden Ulmer, Knox Bounds, Eli Stoner, Gage Carr. I mean, you name it.
I mean, yeah, they had a lot of players that stepped up when they needed to. But, yeah, Colin Murphy has definitely got to be the player of the game.
Oh, without question, Colin Murphy is the player of the game. That is – wow. I'm still in awe of this football game. And, you know, I did a 6 overtime game last year, but, I mean, I guess they're all great, but, you know, when it's your hometown and your home team, it's even more extra special to get to call a game like that.
It really is. It shouldn't have got that way, but it did. And the Bulldogs, Howe, figured things out and got the win when they needed to. And Tioga, you got to wonder, are they kicking themselves for going for 2?
It was a really good first quarter. It was a really good second quarter. It was a really bad third quarter. And it was a mediocre fourth quarter, but when it mattered, they did it, and they came out, and they took care of business, and they hung on, and they made the plays. And when Knox Bounds, when he got the carry, as soon as he took the ball on the handoff from the 3 or 4 yard line, there was no denying that young man. He went 100 miles an hour over right guard.
You know, and we've talked about before in the past about adversity and how you're going to face that in life, and you faced it in tonight's game. Things went well in the first half. They didn't go so well in the second half, but you kind of fought through the adversity. You made adjustments when you need to. You kept grinding. You kept working, and you got the win at the end. Wasn't pretty.
That one's going to be fun to listen to. So it's going to be fun to go back and listen to this one. It really is. What a game. Some games, you know, you don't even remember doing. You know, this is my 30th year of doing this, and most of the games I don't even remember anything about. This one you'll remember for a very, very, very long time, and no one would have ever thought that with 10 minutes left to go in the third quarter.
It really wouldn't. I mean, just the way the game was playing out. And you know, give credit to Tioga. They made adjustments at halftime. It did something. They saw something on the Howe defense. And Jonathan Hernandez scored 2 touchdowns in that third and fourth quarter, and just kind of hung around. And that's what they want to do. They hung around and got themselves back in the game. And luckily for Howe, they were able to fight them off.
Hey, another person of interest in this football game is Garrett Rogers, the sophomore, covering Maldonado a lot tonight, having that challenge as a sophomore. Maldonado, their go-to guy. I know they were moving over to Austin Norwood later in the game, but what a game by Garrett Rogers also.
Yeah,
are we talking to
Colin
Murphy for sure.
For sure. If I can get Garrett, is that correct?
Garrett Rogers would be good.
Garrett Rogers.
Have you found Coach Bryan yet?
Not yet.
If you can grab him first, as long as you don't lose those others. I don't think anybody's going anywhere right now. I think they're going to be hanging out here in the morning. Everybody that was in the bleachers is on the track.
I am sweating so bad. Oh, man.
So Coach Bryan is at the 45-yard line.
We've got some homecoming proposals.
I'm not sure where you are, but Coach Bryan is on the 45.
Go straight ahead, straight to where you're.
Okay, yeah.
See if you can grab him real quick. We'll see if we can get Coach Bryan on. What an absolute ball game. Justin White.
Yeah, I mean, this was a barn burner. Again, it was 28-6 at one point in the third quarter.
Oh, what was that? Okay. We're still on?
We didn't lose anything, did we?
I think we're still on. Okay, Caroline, go grab him.
Sorry.
He's getting hugs from everybody over there. You're just going to have to grab him and say, hey, let's talk.
I hate to interrupt.
I know he's with his family, but go grab him.
Man, this
Just gonna wait.
So we say Colin Murphy. Who else do we say we're going to try to get?
Colin Murphy and Garrett Rogers. So Garrett Rogers is way down here, but we've got to talk to Coach Bryant first. I mean, it's fresh on his mind. We need to talk to him.
May have taken some years off his life having to coach to this game.
He's looking for Caroline, I believe, right behind you.
Oh, okay.
There he is. There he is.
Well, I got Colin right now.
Okay. Well.
My gosh.
Okay, there we are.
Okay, we're good. Are we good?
All right.
All right, Colin, what I can't even, what are you feeling at this moment right now? You took this team on your back and you put them in the end zone. How are you feeling?
Oh, it was a team effort. Everyone contributed, but I feel amazing. This was an awesome win. I'm soaking it all in. That's awesome.
You know, to your mom and dad at half, and they were talking about how you're just so calm, even in this situation. How do you remain so calm and collected and just to
Just think of it like practice. I mean, practice makes perfect. Just gotta do what you're told to do.
Well, I got to tell you, all the bouncing and weaving and dancing you're going in the O-line, Monty thinks you're going to be great at homecoming dance because you're a dancing king. I mean, where do you did you always be able to do that?
I mean, I don't know. It just happened. You know, I just went with the flow. There you go.
Great kid. Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Great win.
All right, Coach Brian's right behind you.
Okay.
Let's grab his arm.
No, I'm not just grabbing.
Grab his arm.
He is talking.
It's fine. He'll know. He wants to.
Okay,
there we go.
they're yelling at me to talk to you. How are you feeling?
I think that's why me and Coach Birdwell, whenever we went out to overtime, he asked me and I asked him. I was like, "Man, you getting any gray hairs yet?" And we both agreed that those are intense moments, and that's why coaches look old sometimes.
What an incredible night, an incredible experience. I have to say that this coaching staff is just on point. You are so passionate about these players and having these players back. What does this team mean to you and being the leader of this team?
They mean the world to me. We one of our core values is family. Forget about me, I love you. And some people throw that word around a lot, and I don't know if they always mean it, but we do. And our coaching staff and our players, we have a special relationship with each other, and we really support them and they support us. And we're really honest with them and our evaluations and our criticisms, and they know that, but they also know that we care about them a whole lot. And you can tell sometimes when games are over and kids are hugging on you and loving on you. They know that it's special for them and it's special for us. And that's one of the things that makes coaching really great is the relationships that you build.
Hey, let me ask him a question.
Yeah.
Down there, the last 2-point conversion down there. I said right before that play that could be an identity type of play for the football team. Does he feel like that play in particular was an identity type of play for your team?
So he's asking the team the last play where y'all the 2-point conversion, the identity, an identity team, that this is a stopping team at all costs. Do you consider that an identity play of this team?
Identity moment.
One of the things, there was a lot of moments in the game where, the momentum swung, back and forth, and, we had a chance to kick 2 game-winning field goals, and, we had some issues on both of those. Obviously, we couldn't get the kickoff, and, we have confidence that Johnny would have made those, but, things happen sometimes, and that's football. Bad things are going to happen, and, you got to respond, and we talked to our kids a lot about how they need to respond and how they got to play the next play, and there was a lot of moments in the game where the guys could have laid down and given up, and they didn't, and that's a testament to them, and they really are buying into what we're doing, and we're happy to see the results.
Have him talk about his quarterback quarterback.
Yeah, let's talk about Colin Murphy. Coming into this season, by no means thought he was going to be a quarterback. And he has I was actually talking to his parents at half and how he's just so calm. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'll handle it. Talk about him and just the calmness and the confidence that he brings to this team.
You know, he's just Mr. Cool. He never gets real high or too low all the time. He's just kind of always in the same kind of mood. He'll get fired up, don't get me wrong, but he never gets down on himself whenever things aren't going his way. And you know, he's getting more and more confident in what we're doing on offense. And I think, you know, we're starting to display that. You know, we opened it up a little bit more last week. We obviously threw it a lot more this week. And you know, Cooper Jones coming back and lining up a receiver obviously has a huge factor in that. You know, he's a big target and he can do a lot of things with the ball. He's got to get in a little bit better shape. You know, he's been out for a little bit, but he'll get there. And you know, when the game was on the line, we needed a big play. You know, he's still a guy we're going to look at. And but at the same time, like, you know, you never know what, you know, injuries happen and, you know, things shake up over the course of a season. And we didn't know Murphy was going to be the quarterback, but he is now, and he's here to stay.
I'm going to ask him about one more player. Talk about Garrett Rogers and the game he played out there.
Yeah, Garrett Rogers, a sophomore coming in and fighting this big team. Talk about him and the toughness of that sophomore.
You know, he's not the biggest guy out there. He knows that. We all know that. But, you know, his heart's huge. And, you know, he's a guy that everything that we ask him to do, he does at 100 miles an hour. And, you know, we try to accentuate his strengths a little bit and try to mask a few of his weaknesses here and there. But overall, you know, he's a sophomore starting on varsity, and he's there for a reason. We believe in him. And, you know, he's a great player. And, you know, he started both ways for a while, and he's on almost every special team. And, you know, we ask a lot of him. You know, he's not the only sophomore that's doing that. You know, Knox Bounds obviously is toting the rock a lot. He's making a lot of big plays. And, you know, Eli Stoner came up big with 2 interceptions. You know, he probably had his best game of the season. You know, obviously I could think differently once I watched some film, but you know, they both came up big in some big moments, and you know, they're great players, and you know, they're up here for a reason.
Well, an incredible game, an incredible win. Congratulations, and we'll see you next week. Thanks, Coach Ryan.
Right, thank you.
Anybody else we want to talk to?
Well, a lot of players have left, and that's my fault. But let's talk to, Michael Riddle. I bet you he's a great interview. He's over there giving a hug to Coach Graham by the water coolers over there. You need to watch Michael Riddle, though.
Oh, one second. I'm almost done. I'm sorry, the water cooler. Oh, right there.
See all the coaches there.
That's old man talk for over there. By
I know what the water cooler is, y'all.
Yeah, grab Michael Riddle. I bet he's a good interview. We'll find out.
Oh, here he comes.
My hype man. Do you know what a hype man is?
It's a person that basically.
See, we all know what he is.
Well, what he personally what?
Hypes up a team.
Okay.
I was screaming so loud, my lungs just hurt right now.
You know, we talked last year about Bryce Crosby just being the leader of the team. He was the one always on the sideline, getting everyone pumped, getting everyone ready. You are that person. What is it like? Talk about as a leader. Talk about what this win means to this team.
Oh, it means everything. I'm just glad we came in all together at the end, and we came through and we got the win. That's all that matters. And
there was many moments over that second half where the chaos really was setting in on this side of the field. How did that team how did y'all remain? I don't know if y'all remained calm, but steady. Y'all never gave up, kept it moving, and to get the victory.
I just try my hardest to keep everybody up, and that's why I scream so much on the sidelines so my voice is gone. And I just want the O-line, Colin, Knox, BU, everybody to just step up and raise their heads and just keep pushing.
Well, y'all did an incredible job. I got a let's go from Riddle right at the end. So it's intense. Thank you so much. Good job today. Good luck next week, and we'll see you next week. Homecoming, you're nominee, right? You're up.
I'm nominee.
Yeah. So maybe this future homecoming king right here.
Maybe.
Hey, maybe the king tonight, but the Howe Bulldogs took the queen tonight. The chess match is over, and the Howe Bulldogs captured the queen.
Yeah.
42-41, they win in overtime at Tioga. And the first game Howe's played at Tioga since 1946, and it was a good one. It's a long time coming. And Howe now has 13 straight wins over Tioga.
You know, I told somebody who was asking me about this Howe team a couple of weeks ago, I said, you know what? This team doesn't have, guys running 4.2 40s or anything like that, but they got a bunch of guys that are coachable. They got heart. They play hard. And that's the kind of guys that you saw that tonight, the resiliency they have. They don't give up. They keep pushing. and it paid off tonight.
You know, and we talked about early in the football game, these young men are very fortunate. They have a great coaching staff over here at Howe, because we talked about it, that Coach Lance Bryan made all the right moves in the first half. He's taken this group of kids, they're kind of mixed matched around, and you don't really know what you have, and you pieced them together, and finally in week 4 everything has assembled apparently correctly, and now the engine is running.
And that's a testament to Coach Bryant for Coach Bryant for just listening and not kind of being stubborn and being like, okay, no, this is the way we're going to do it, and kind of trying to stick a round peg in a square hole. He looked at the offense and looked at the defense, looked at the players, and kind of patchworked it together. And like you said, they're cooking now.
They are cooking. Hey, stats. We'll do stats real quick before we sign off. Stephen Braswell.
Hold on, let me load up my.
We got a lot of highlights to do too, by the way.
Yep. So, Howe ended up rushing 57 rushes for 312 yards.
Wow.
Comes out to a 5.5 yard average per rush. Passing, they were 6 and 9 for 101 yards, which comes out to 16.8 yards per pass play. Total 413 yards.
Wow. That's a good offensive production, 413 yards.
Yeah, it is. That's pretty much first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
For Tioga, they had 12 rushes for 201 yards, which was 16.8 yard average. Passing, 14 to 37 for 257 yards.
Pretty balanced.
Yep. 18.4 yard average, and they had a total of 458. So even though it seemed like they had a lot of offense, they were only 35 yards more than Howe.
Yeah. Especially in that second half. They got a couple of big gainers, big runs from Hernandez to increase their rushing totals. But yeah, they still like to throw the ball over the field.
Yeah, for our individual leaders, Colin Murphy had 25 rushes for 134 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Wow.
Knox Bounds, 23 rushes for 116 and 2 touchdowns. BU had 4 rushes for 58 yards and 1 touchdown. And Bo Stevens, 4 for 4 yards, 1 touchdown. And Caden Dunn finished it off. He had 1 rush, but it was for 0 yards.
So you think about it, Murphy and Bounds combined for 250 yards of rushing offense.
Exactly, yep.
Wow,
yeah.
What a output.
Y'all ready for highlights?
Yes.
All right, let's knock it out with Knox Bounds. That's a dad joke. Is it? That's not even a joke. That's not even funny.
That's just like a statement.
This is dumb. That was dumb. Okay, well, we've been here a long time, guys and girls. All right. Jake, you about ready?
Yeah, let me unmute this.
Okay, so Howe took the ball first. This is a long time ago. It feels like 7 or 8 hours ago. Howe took the ball first after a big, kick return by Cooper Jones up to the 40-yard line, and Howe scored on the very first play of the game. And this will be a handoff to Braden Ulmer. Coming near side, he's got the line of scrimmage. He's got more. Quit it. 10-5. Kiss him goodbye. It is touchdown time in Texas on play number 1. 40 yards for BU. Gave Howe a 7-0 lead after a Johnny Garcia PAT. That left 11:44 on the clock. Tioga's first possession ended back in the hands of Howe. At their own 31-yard line. They drove 11 plays, 69 yards, took almost 6 minutes off the clock, capped it off with a 2-yard touchdown run by Bo Stevens. Stevens is going to run left side, almost in touch, sneaks his way in. This time he didn't go straight to the middle. He found a crease on the left edge. He took it. It's touchdown time in Texas. 14-0 Howe at that point with 4:44 remaining on the clock in quarter number 1. Tioga, they started driving a little bit, but only made it 4 plays before this happened. Hilliard looking across the middle, fires across the middle, intercepted at the 20-yard line. Coming near side, hammered down, but a great pick by Eli Stoner. That gave the ball back to Howe at their own 38-yard line, but they had to punt. Tioga from their own 26. Hilliard got on the board. It was a 40-yard strike. Snap back. Hilliard all alone in the backfield. Pumps, throws deep ball left. Look out here. Down the sideline to the 6. Into the end zone goes Maldonado. He had 3 steps on Malachi Daly, and he took advantage of it, and so did Hilliard's pass. Four plays, 74 yards on the drive, made it 14-6 Howe with 10:48 left to go in the second. Howe started at their own 26-yard line, turned it over on downs. Tioga from their own 36 fumbled it back to Howe. Howe took it at the Tioga 48-yard line, drove 9 plays, 48 yards, and scored in the Murphy zone. Murphy is going to carry it himself, right side, and is he in? Yes, he is. It's touchdown time in Texas. 5-yard touchdown for Colin Murphy, made it 21-6 with 1:56 left to go before the half. Tioga started at their own 20-yard line, drove 10 plays before they were turned away by Howe's defense at the 14-yard line of Howe. That gave the Bulldogs the ball back, in which they had 1 play and went to the half. Second half action. Howe did not play well in the third quarter. Tioga started with the football first at their own 24-yard line, ended up punting after only 4 plays, so it didn't start bad, but penalties started chewing things up. Howe started at the 48-yard line with 11:33 left to go in the second half, and it ended on a 20-yard touchdown run by Knox Bounds. To Bounds, right side, a big gaping hole. Bounds, is he in?
He is.
That's a 20-yard touchdown run for Knox, leaps and bounds, and it's touchdown time in Texas. That made it 28-6 with 8:54 left to go in the third quarter after a 5-play, 48-yard drive, and that's when the wheels started falling off. Tioga started at their own 17-yard line and needed only 1 play to score. There's a reverse to Norwood from one side of the field to the other. A lot of running room, and he's fast, and no one's going to catch Norwood. To the 30, to the 20, he is gone. Turns around and kind of mocks the defender who was chasing him, which was Colin Murphy. In the end, Murphy had the last laugh. 11 plays, 83 yards, 28-12. Howe in the lead at that point with 8:29 remaining in the third. Howe took the ball at their own 42-yard line, drove 6 plays, 58 yards, and scored on this play. And escapes a defender at the 2-yard line. He's in. It's the Murphy zone, and it's touchdown time in Texas. That made it 35-12 Howe with 3:40 left to go in the third. Tioga took it at their own 46 and another 1-play drive, this one of 54 yards. Handoff up the middle, and that's a big run, and that's going to go to the house. My goodness. Jonathan Hernandez on the first play from the line of scrimmage goes 54 yards, and that made it 35-20 as Tioga started inching closer. Howe struggling with penalties and injuries. 3:22 left to go in the third at that point. Howe took it at their own 46-yard line, and then trouble struck again. Murphy is going to cut it up over the left guard, and the ball's on the turf, and Tioga on the very first play of the fourth quarter turns the field around and will have the ball in Howe territory just on the other side of midfield at the 48-yard line. Then Tioga took it right there and needed only 2 plays on this drive, and it was capped off by another Hernandez long touchdown run. Hernandez on the left side again. He squirts through. His second carry of the night is his second touchdown of the night. That made it 35-27 after a 2-play, 49-yard drive. Left 11:32 left to go in the game, we thought. Howe's next drive went down to the 7-yard line, 37-yard line, turned it over on downs. Tioga took it at the 37, and they scored again, and things got very hairy. Tioga knocking on the door. A quick pass out left side, caught over the head, a nice catch, and into the end zone for the touchdown goes Slade Babbitt. And that tied the game with 6:19 left to go after a 5-play, 63-yard drive. Howe then had a chance to hit a field goal, and it actually got blocked right in the middle of the lane, and then Tioga was forced to punt. Howe took it at their own 40-yard line, had a chance for what would have been possibly a game-winning school record field goal, but that one was a bad snap, and we went to overtime. Howe's first drive of overtime ended in a Knox-bounds 3-yard touchdown. 3 receivers right. They spread them out on the right side from the middle of the field. Handoff bounce. Shot out of a cannon. It's touchdown time in Texas. That ended a 6-play, 25-yard drive that put Howe on top after the PAT by a touchdown, 42-35. Now, Tioga would have to either score a touchdown and kick a PAT or try a 2-point conversion to win. The first part they did on a 3-yard touchdown by Hernandez. Hand off to Hernandez up the middle. He's in. Touchdown Tioga. And that put Tioga down by 1, 42-21. So the all-important 2-point conversion to win the game for Tioga.
I heard that.
Here we go. Who's going to take the queen? Hilliard is going to fake the hand, throw it out, batted away by Gage Carr. And Howe has won in Tioga, 42-41. Gage Carr knocked it down with his right paw. And that, my friends, was the football game. One of the greatest that we will see this year, no doubt. And everyone has pretty much exited the building except the broadcast crew, but we don't mind. It's been a great night here in Tioga, Texas after this one. Justin White will wrap this thing up real quick. You and Justin and I will finish this one out. Wrap it up real quick. This was one for the ages, Justin.
It really was. It like I said earlier, it wasn't supposed to get this way, but it did. And Howe recovered, when they needed to, and made the plays when they needed to. But they'll learn from this, and it didn't count in the long run. But I mean, they'll still remember it as they go on. You got S&S next week, and then you take a break and you're ready for district.
Jake Roberts.
I think it really showed this team's resiliency tonight because, I mean, like we've talked about, they had the lead. I think going into halftime, I think they thought that they had already won this game. And it really shows how this Howe Bulldog team has changed from a couple years ago, because I remember a couple years ago in a situation like this, it seemed like it would have gone the other way. And it just shows a great improvement in the program overall.
I think that's a great analysis that, a couple of years ago, they might not have even had the lead to start out with, but once things started going south, they would have never had the resiliency to stay in the game and fight. And especially that last play, I really think is an identity marker for this football team for when your back's up against the wall. You got to make the play, and a sophomore put his right paw in the air of a great quarterback to knock down the ball.
It's like they've learned how to win now.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Hey, great game tonight. Great job by the broadcast crew as always. I want to thank our sponsors. You're in the Texas Land and Home Realty postgame show and have been for quite a while. We had some great interviews there. So for everyone who's been a part of this one, including Stephen Braswell, Caroline Slauson, who got to turn on the victory light, which is on in downtown Howe, for Justin White and Jake Roberts, I'm Monty Walker. So long, everybody.